You can't film me in the bathroom, man. Yes.
Everybody to round 4 of Norway Chess. I am David, and I am here with my co-host Fiona. How are you doing, Fiona?
Hey, David. I am doing well. Thank you. Very happy to be back here in the commentary booth alongside you. Today is round 4 of Norway Chess, the last round before tomorrow's first rest day. And we have some very exciting games to look forward to. But before we get to that, let's have a quick look at the format, especially the time control, which is quite special in this event.
Yeah, a time control only seen here, and it may have cost Veselin Topalov a game in round 3 2 days ago, because it's a rather unusual one. So it's 120 minutes total, single time control event. That's 2 hours, and they get a 10-second increment added only once they get to move 40. Nowadays, almost all tournaments have some kind of an increment throughout. So if you are somewhere around move 30 and you run out of time, nothing
tough luck.
can do. Yeah. You may just flag. Any game ending in a draw, the players will be rematched in an Armageddon match with 10 minutes for white, 7 minutes for black. And there again, they have to wait to move 40 to get a paltry 1 second increment to try and bail them out if they're struggling to finish the game.
It really is a tournament that does not go easy on its players. The 10 players that are battling it out for this year's championship or title. Very quick look at the format. So 10-player round robin, 3 points for a win. As you just mentioned, if the players draw and reconvene for Armageddon, the winner there gets an extra half point. So winner there gets 1.5, and the loser gets 1 point. And if you lose the game in the classical game, of course, you get 0, and that's 3 points for a win in classical, which, as we discussed 2 days ago, makes for very interesting standings, because usually, you know, especially in the early days, the field is very close together. But with this added intrigue of the Armageddon, it makes for an interesting standing from the get-go. And David, who are the players taking part in the tournament?
Well, the players taking part, as they said, 1 world champion, 2 former world champions, Magnus Carlsen and Anand and Veselin Topalov. We have also several other top 10 players in Anish Giri, Wesley So, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. We've got a candidate in Timur Rajabov, who's off to a shaky start here, but I noticed that at the Superbet tournament, all the candidates were doing worse than the non-candidates.
Of course, a lot of them are hiding their prep. I think it's always very difficult to play a big event before you go into the most important event of the year. Yeah.
And then, of course, we've got Norway's number 2, Ariane Tari, in here to get a bunch of experience and, you know, maybe collect a scalp or 2. So Norwegian fans can keep an eye on him, as well as Magnus Carlsen, and think about what the Olympiad's going to look like this year. But walk me through the leaderboard. It is exciting.
It is exciting for sure. As I mentioned, where else, in which other tournament after 3 rounds do you get a leaderboard that is so mixed up? Vishy Anand, I mean, he is not retired or retigered, as Anish dubbed it on Twitter. Retigered has never been so aptly used. He is showing the youngsters and everyone else in this field that he has still very much got it, currently leading on 7.5. He won his first 2 classical games yesterday. He won the Armageddon. So 1.5 clear at the top. Behind him is Wesley So, and of course that's particularly exciting because the 2 of them are playing each other today. And Magnus Carlsen, 2 points behind, but he's won if I'm not mistaken, I think the last 3 editions of Norway Chess.
Yeah.
And he's certainly looking to make that a 4th, and then MVL and so on and so forth. As you were saying, Timur Rajabov struggling a bit at the bottom for now, but the tournament is still young.
Still young, yeah. But he will definitely want to turn it around at some point soon. You know, no matter what the situation is, there's no chess player that likes losing or being at the bottom of a table. So he'll be looking to fight his way back. Yeah, incredibly juicy matchup today between the 2 leaders. Can't wait to see that. You know, the hype around Anand just gets better and better every single day with every game that he plays. We want to point everybody towards the voting feature here on chess.com/events before things get underway. Some of you may have done this before, but if you don't know how to do it, basically you go to chess.com/events. You click on the tournament in question, which is Norway Chess. By the way, I like how their tournament is called Norway Chess. I like how it's just like, it's just very simple. It's just what it is, right?
I know.
The game.
The name says it all.
Yeah. Sometimes you get a 5-word name to an event and it doesn't even have chess in it, right? And here they're just like, what is our event? It's called chess.
It's also one of the very rare tournaments that doesn't have a sponsored, I think a sponsored title, right? Most events you can think of.
That would make sense. I wonder if it's sponsored at
Tata
all by the Norwegian.
Steel or Unibet or all these.
Mm-hmm.
Because it used to be called, I believe, Altibox Norway Chess, but then I think they parted ways. I'm not saying they don't have sponsors anymore, but at least not a title sponsor.
Yeah. So anyway, once you're in /events, folks, you're in Norway Chess, you can pick any game, and in each game, there's an option to vote in that game. It will be in the upper right-hand corner of your game, next to moves, analysis, vote, up at the very top. You click on vote, and then a little thing will pop up, 2 little pictures of the players and a little box with a draw in between them. And you click on white draw or black to predict the result. And if you guess the results well over the course of the full 9-round tournament, you could win a part of $600 in cash prizes, or you could win one of several free diamond memberships. And voting ends after the 10th move of each game. Sometimes I've just managed to vote on move 10. That feels really good.
Today is actually the first day that I've gotten my vote in nice and early. I just keep forgetting. My vote wasn't very brave. I'll let you know more about that in a second. Also, we want to let you know, if you want to find out more about the tournament, you can visit the link that you see at the bottom left corner of your screen there, go.chess.com/Norway Chess 2022. And finally, if you're watching us on Twitch, first of all, welcome. Good to see you all. And there's a prediction going on right now in the channel. How will today go for So versus Anand? Will Vishy win the classical? Will Wesley win the classical? Will Vishy win the tiebreak, or will Wesley win the tiebreak? So far, David, you warned me when I first showed up. There's a lot of Vishy fans, and Vishy is leading by quite a margin in the winning the classical portion. What do you make of that? What's
classical with black? Wow. I think we always predict too few draws. We always vote a little bit, every one of us, a little bit with our hearts and a little bit in favor of the people that we love. So I think this tells us there's a lot of people who love Anand. I think that the cold hard facts of how often Wesley So loses and how often Wesley So loses with white, they're probably aware of those facts, but they still just had to go for it today. You know, they're like, he's defying age, he's defying, activity requirements. Vishy can pull it off, but I'm going to come in here and make the same vote that you must have made, Fiona, and I'm going to put a little cold shower of a draw vote.
That is indeed what I did. I mean, every time I open a game, I just find it so hard. Who's gonna win? Probably nobody. And then at some point, after 2 or 3 draws, I feel okay, I have to pick at least one decisive result.
Right.
So today I went with only one in my vote, and I went with a white win for Topalov against Tari. Topalov has been struggling a little bit, especially I think with the time control. But you know, he's Topalov for a reason. He's a very dangerous player. He's got nothing to lose. So I think today he might strike.
Yeah, I'm going to go with you too. I'm going to make 3 decisive predictions here. I'm going to click them in quickly because any moment now the first moves are going to come in. So I'm going to vote for Topalov just like you. Tari was very impressive the first 2 rounds, but he did lose yesterday with white. Always tough to pick it up with black the very next day after losing with white. Then I'm going to give Wang Hao and Mamedyarov a draw. Neither of them has shown any weakness yet, and they've been pretty solid so far this tournament. But that's not the end for me. Timur Rajabov, he's bleeding. And these super elite tournaments, they smell blood. They are all sharks. And if you're not a shark, that means that somebody else is smelling your blood.
You think MPL is going to make it 2 out of 2 with the black pieces?
He's going to win a second game in a row with black. He's starting the tournament off with 3 blacks out of 4. That would normally be horrible. But if he comes out of that with 2 wins in his pocket, he's going to be feeling very confident of his chances of winning the tournament. And, you know, Rajabov has just sort of looked a mess the first 3 rounds. He's got 1 draw with white against the lowest rated player in the tournament, and then 2 losses. That's a rough start for him.
Let me ask you one more question. I'm not going to get there in time. I was wondering what you were predicting for Magnus's first move. I was wondering if he was going to do something wacky, but no, 1d4 is on the board. And actually I saw Chris, hi Chris, saying in the chat, so Anand must be game of the round. I mean, they are the 2 leaders, but certainly we can't discard Carlsen against Anish, because I like, what does our Twitch title says? Carlsen against Giri, the battle of banter.
Yeah, it's also a bromance if they want more B's to throw into the title, right? And in this bromance, Magnus has definitely been the major partner to Anish's minor partner. His personal score against Anish is tremendous. There have been games where Anish has resigned fairly early. There have been games where Magnus has won in 20 moves with black. You know, you just really feel like Anish almost has too much respect for Magnus's actual power on the chessboard.
It's funny, right? Because Anish had held this +1 score that he had gotten a long time ago in Vaikanze when he was only 15, 16 against Magnus.
Yeah.
And he held on to that for dear life for a long time. But once the floodgates opened, once Magnus got his first win, a fair few more followed. Today, I'm sure Magnus, he will be very eager with the white pieces before the rest day to show something against Anish.
Yeah. So let's see about all these openings that we've got before us. We've got Vishy returning to the Grunfeld. No Queen's Gambit accepted today for Timur Rajabov. MBL's new super drawing weapon, the Queen's Gambit accepted. Also has made it to the top of Wesley So and Anand's repertoires. They will not be playing that today, though. Wesley goes for a symmetrical English. 1c4 avoids the Queen's Gambit accepted. So Wesley was definitely deliberately avoiding the Queen's Gambit accepted, and he's out for blood against the Tiger.
For sure. I mean, we talked a bit a couple of days ago about Wesley, how maybe he's a little bit too prudent or a bit too conservative sometimes, especially with the white pieces. What do you think will be his mindset or his strategy going into today's clash against Vishy?
I think c4 at least tells us he really wants to win. He's not happy to coast. In the super bet tournament, he ground out 2 sort of, barely better bishop endgames. and got 2 wins early on. And you could just see that he was willing to draw every single game. It was, I mean, to me, it was just palpable. It was like, this guy just wants draws. Or, I mean, I don't know about wants draws, has absolutely zero problems with a draw, will embrace them. So I'm happy to see him playing c4 today. And I think that we may get a long, interesting game. Anand, of course, is not going to let Wesley win because Wesley wants to win. But that's the fun of it, is we want to see the full-on battle.
Before we jump into one game, what catches your eye sort of on this bird's eye view?
Yeah, I see Carlsen, Anish going for this line of the semi-Tarrasch where White's going to play e4, and you know, maybe Black will take and Queens will trade on d8. If that happens, I would love to see Magnus show us some, you know, preparation secret sauce. He's not known for beating his opponents with opening novelties, right? That's not one of the top 10 things you think of with Magnus Carlsen. But it is an end game. It is calling for him, right? If anyone could grind Black in that position that Black keeps surviving, it should be Magnus. So I'm really excited to see what he's going to play against this opening. I'm going to have to take a note of it. And the next time somebody plays this against me, repeat whatever Magnus does today.
Well, shall we jump maybe into that game and just take it from the start?
Sure. So I could back it up so everyone could see where this now very popular variation comes from. So they start off with a Queen's Gambit from a Nimzo Indian move order. This is super complicated, super common now for people to start knight f6, e6, and then move the game towards the Queen's Gambit. You get 3 knights out like this, and now there are a bunch of moves that are played. There's a6, there's bishop b4, there's bishop e7, all doing just fine in tournament play right now. I mean, if you want to play 1d4, you've got to study all of those things nowadays, or maybe without studying, expect all those things.
There's already a question for you in the chat, but I'll wait until we've caught up with the game. But Cartier Tank wants to know, is this a gambit, David?
Well, so it's part of the Queen's Gambit, and whether or not the Queen's Gambit is a gambit is really an open question. For example, if Black took on c4 at this point, has White gambited the c4 pawn? It really depends on the choices that White makes thereafter. You know, if White plays e3, then we can see the pawn on c4 is instantly doomed. I mean, there's no gambit. You just get it back. More common at grandmaster levels these days is e4 in this position, and then it is a gambit, right? Because then you can get lines like bishop b4, bishop takes c4, knight e4, or you can get lines like, you know, c5, and often White does end up down a pawn in those lines. So if Black goes in for d takes c4, sometimes White will play a true gambit, but I would say rarely is the Queen's Gambit a gambit. Maybe 1 out of 10 games White actually is down a pawn at move 10.
Agreed. I remember when I started playing chess, my very first steps, and I was already a 1d5 player, and I was always confused when they played c4. I was like, why did they give me a pawn?
You remember that feeling of wondering?
Yeah, that's one of my earliest, of taking, of like them blundering. Like one of my very first chess memories are like, why do they keep giving me this pawn? I don't get it.
Yeah. Wow. That's hilarious. How old were you when you started playing?
At home, maybe 8 or 9, and then in a club when I was 10. So I wasn't super young.
Right.
At least not for today's standards.
Yeah. Yeah, I first went to a chess club at age 12, so sort of also late by today's standards. But
so let's see what happened here.
Yeah, c5 from Anish, and this gets into what's called the semi-Tarrasch. defense. The Tarrasch defense basically being to play c5 very early from the black side of the queen's gambit. It could also be done without the knight f6 move, and that would be the full Tarrasch. If the knight were still on g8 and you played c5 on move 3. So c takes d5, c takes d4, queen d4, e d5, and Magnus did not play e4 here, but instead played bishop to g5. That tells me to give up on that endgame. If Magnus doesn't want to go into that endgame, I don't want to go into that endgame. Oh, but I love endgames.
We should all take note. You love endgames.
Yeah.
I never knew. No, I am glad. I'm glad we're not going into an endgame. I always have my heart breaks a little bit when the queens come off the board. So go Magnus.
Yeah, I used to hate it, positively hate it. It would be funny if, me at 12 or 16 or 20 could see me now and say the words "I love endgames" come out of my mouth one day in the future, because I was weeping when queens were trading. People could offer me like a double pawn sack to trade queens, and I would avoid it.
No, thanks.
Yeah.
But yeah, of course, as Tien Cannon is saying, of course, it is still theory. As you're saying, there's just many different ways, of course, that white can play this.
Yeah. Okay. So 1200 wants to know, why is white not winning a pawn with bishop takes f6, removing the knight that's defending d5? So in this case, it's going to fail very, very badly if white tries to win this pawn, because the knight on c3 that's defending the queen can actually be taken with check. So this is going to be a devastating in-between move here, removing the defender of the queen, and that's it. That's game. Now, another important tactic to know that's related to that 1200 guy and anyone else sort of newer to the queen's gambits is that if both kings were castled and white went for bishop f6, queen d5, very often the response is queen takes d5, knight takes d5, bishop takes b2, and you recover the pawn on b2. That's a very, very common pattern, because you see this bishop from c1 that was defending b2. It comes out to g5. It trades itself on f6, trying to force the issue on d5. But actually black, sort of rebounds onto the weakness that the bishop on c1 used to defend. So you can do all this work as white, right? Like, you've come forward, you've made all these trades, and then at the end, black recovers the pawn, and the dark squared bishop remains very good on the board. And sometimes black enjoys having the 2-to-1 pawn majority.
We should point out that in this particular case, there might be some issues for black here. So you have to be careful, because there is a big threat of knight c7, as David is pointing out. So here after rook b1, you might be in trouble. But in general, very often the pawn on b2 might be hanging.
Yeah. So this is what you would see only in a case where both sides have castled. Black's already played knight c6. And then when white wins the pawn on d5, bishop takes b2 would be the other side of black's defense. In this case, with neither side castled, bishop takes knight is how black would respond.
So in the game, what other moves did we have?
So we had castles, and then bishop e2. And we had a similar situation, maybe MVL versus Mamedyarov in round 1, with bishop b5, knight c6, queen a4, knight e4 was the opening of that game. And MVL had that bishop on b5, so the well, he never got a huge advantage out of it.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's a fair point. It is very similar, yeah.
So Magnus plays the simple move bishop e2, just looking to castle. He's willing to lose a tempo to knight c6. But the question is going to be, does his queen end up somewhere bad or somewhere okay?
Yeah, for me, the other question is always, I've always struggled to understand isolated pawn positions. I always feel that when I have the isolated pawn, it eventually very often just drops. Although maybe these days, hopefully not as much. And when I'm playing against the isolated pawn, sometimes I like it, but sometimes the piece play is just very powerful. So what do you make about this isolated pawn on d5 here?
Yeah, looking at the tempi, when black wins a tempo with knight c6, if the queen has a good square to go to, then development will be completely equal. If the queen doesn't have a good square to go to and has to play something like queen d1 and later end up on, c2 or d2 or c1 or something, then as knight c6 is played, then black will be up 1/2 tempo. So, I mean, basically they're very, very close to getting their pieces out equally so far here. And I would prefer white. I would think the isolated queen pawn is a little bit of a problem for black here. White's pieces are well enough placed to control d4 so it can't advance, and also to, pressure d5 with a quick rook d1. So I would guess that this position here is going to be a small advantage for white.
Yeah, I'm with you. I also think it's just the kind of position that Magnus really loves, like nothing too theoretical, not that he can't do well in theoretical positions, but just a position with a little something to aim for, as you were saying, and a lot of squares for the pieces, a lot of maneuvering possibilities. So I think Magnus will be quite happy. He's thinking now, so maybe we can move on from here and see what's happening elsewhere.
Yeah. Let's check our marquee matchup. And actually, it has a very exciting move for us to look at. It looks like every single move Wesley has played up to this point in the game was played to prevent, that Anand has played, was played to prevent Wesley from playing d4. And yet he has just played the move anyway. So look at this from move 1, c5, preventing white from putting pawns on c4 and d4 next to each other in the center. Knight c3. Now he prepares to develop the bishop where it will control d4. He plays knight c6 to control d4 as well. And now you would think, okay, black's got the square pretty well handled. He prepares to play knight g7 to f5, potentially with e6. Now, another way to do this is knight h6, headed to f5. I believe this also might allow d4, though, because your bishop's defending the knight when white plays d4. I'm not sure that you can win this pawn for black here. I think white might also be able to play d4 against knight h6, though I don't have any long lines to prove it.
So let's see.
But maybe I can figure it out. Like here, takes, and then queen d4, like this. That might be the line. Although after castles, I don't know why black would stand worse with bishop g7 coming. Yeah.
Maybe knight h6 is a possibility.
Yeah. Anyway, being bad at chess, as has mentioned to us, the only way I know to absolutely prevent d4 here is e5. And I think that's a perfectly good move in this position, despite the fact that it weakens d5. You get a strong enough position and you give up one square. All black's pieces have room. In my opinion, this is a playable system for black if anyone out there wants to play it. But Anand plays an aggressive move that I used to play. You can play knight e7 to f5 later, or you can play knight e7 and d5 yourself later as black. And Wesley responds with d4 in the middle of black's control.
Interesting. So d4, Vishy decided to capture with the knight.
Yeah. If Vishy had taken with the pawn, the cheapest piece, then I imagine the response is knight b5 with supposedly two threats: to recapture your pawn on d4 or to play knight d6 check. And it's up to black to decide how big each of those threats is and which they want to allow or prevent. But that would certainly be the idea. And so we can see that white's not without an idea. They're not just losing the pawn here.
Yep. So after knight takes, we had a bunch of trades in the center, and then Wesley's knight jumps into e4 from where it once again is kind of threatening to jump into d6. So I guess we have to do something about that.
Yeah, interesting that it went through e4 and not b5. Because on b5, it would have also threatened the pawn.
The pawn, yeah.
But here we don't see really any plan for white to recover their pawn yet.
Yeah,
right?
Especially you can never really play b3 as long as the bishop is on g7 looking down at that rook. I guess b3 would always be met by some d3 pushes. So yeah, you're right. I mean, this seems to be a more long-term plan.
Yeah. So let's just look at knight b5 for 1 second, then we'll get to the move in the game. So knight b5, attacking 2 points. Because black's traded the knight on c6, the queen has available the square b6, where she will defend both of those threats, right? So I wonder if black can't just cover the 2 squares with the queen. And then this knight, if it gets forced back to a3, this line is not going to be working out at all for white.
No. And it doesn't look like we can bring any more attackers or increase. Can we go bishop? No, bishop f4, you'll go e5, I guess.
So bishop f4 would be crushing if not for this one move, but this one move seems sufficient.
Yeah.
The other question I would have is whether white could maybe somehow play e3 in this position, fighting for, not having to play knight a3 by fighting for d4. And this is another way to, I mean, you definitely sack the pawn, but look at those bishops and you've got knight d6 coming.
This looks crushing.
Looks scary.
So what should black do after e3?
Well, I'm not sure. It looks like
maybe
an interesting
that's the
try
way
for white.
to regain the. Can we try and hold on to the pawn with e5? But no, but then I can take and go bishop f4.
Yeah.
No, this isn't gonna work.
Yahoo.
Oh, did we miss? A couple of people are saying queen a5 after knight b5.
Yeah, I considered queen a5. I don't know if it makes much of a difference because it just forces white to put the bishop on d2. And then your queen comes back, and white could still play e3, but you also give white an extra option of bishop to b4.
Yeah.
So I just wasn't sure. Like, I didn't really see a big advantage to putting white's bishop on d2 here. It interferes with the queen covering d4, but I thought I would just look at the simple queen b6 first, and then if we saw some issue with it, we could come back and look at queen a5 as another option.
Yeah, I'm sure knight b5 must be a move as well. But Wesley has been playing pretty fast, so knight e4, I guess, must be some kind of mass-based preparation.
I agree. From the speed of play, 4 minutes off the clock with no increment, given that he has to, be polite and write down the moves, and he's not, slamming his clock at Anand or anything like that. I would imagine that means he's basically just playing his moves, at a pretty much just handing them out right,
tempered fashion.
And that says it's opening prep.
Yeah. Okay, so interesting. Also, Vishy seems to have gone into the tank, so maybe knight b5 is actually the main move.
Maybe more common, yeah.
Yeah.
So now I see one idea to this move. I finally picked up one idea. If black goes to defend the d6 square with the queen, so for example, queen b6 or queen c7,
then we have
like
c5,
we talked about,
maybe.
then we have c5. And that's a move you don't have with your knight on b5 because the knight would be hanging. So that's an independent option in this knight e4 line. And this position would be very bad for black. Queen c7, c5. I think already we could say it's just bad. Even though white's not collecting this, it's just, there's no healthy way to sort out all these pieces with the king in the center. I wouldn't want to be anywhere near this position.
So the question is, how do we have to go d6 then?
You can go d6 and defend it with the queen. And then I wonder if the plan for white would be queen a4 instead of c5. Because any block on d7, white can take on d6 with check. So, check here,
Queen
something like this
A3 simply. Yeah.
must be pleasant for white. B7's hurt. The king's awkward. We've got C5 if we want to support this outpost.
And this looks borderline winning, right? Already.
Yeah. So alternatively, after Queen A4, if Black wants to hold on to their ill-gotten gains, we're looking at a move like King E7, reinforcing reinforcing our pawn. And against Bishop G5 or Bishop F4, Black is saying they're prepared to play F6 and E5 and make some more pawn advances, and that they think they're going to hold everything together. But it feels risky to me for Black. Like, I definitely see some juice for white.
The question is, if not D6, then what?
That's true. We have yet to propose an actual move for Vishy here. I think D5 might be his best move. So let's have a quick look at that. D5, countering this knight before it gets here, possibly accepting a disruption to our king, but starting more of like a fight to bring out the black pieces quickly at the same time. That's my instinct.
I want to take that pawn.
Yeah, you may well want to take the pawn.
We should maybe just show for 1 second why Black cannot capture with the queen, because that would run into a big discovery check and fork, losing the queen.
Yeah.
So Black is first.
Crazy thought, Fiona.
Yeah.
Knight F6, Bishop D5, Knight D5. How much worse is Black in this position?
A little worse, maybe.
A little, right? But it's not, maybe enough that you.
What do you have? 2 minor pieces and a pawn.
Yeah, maybe enough that you wouldn't play this against a GM. But honestly, 2 minor pieces and a good center pawn versus a queen, barely better for white. Yeah. In my controversial opinion.
I'm like, yeah, but inside I'm like, no way I'd ever go into this.
I would play this. I would play this. Yeah, I'm not too worried.
I see what you're saying. I mean, it's interesting, but I like my queen too much to give up here. But no, it's an interesting idea. But yeah, as you say, maybe not against the GM, especially not against Wesley So. So I think Vishy would recapture. Yeah, with the pawn, right. Even
so he would recapture with the pawn. By the way, I checked the evaluation bar because I was curious, and the version of Stockfish being run here thought it was plus 1.75. Oh,
so okay, that's not so bad.
I would evaluate it at only about plus 0.9. So again, I would admit
you're an optimist, David.
Yeah, I would admit that white is better, but not easy. Okay, so pawn takes.
Yeah, and this is a position we might very well get on the board, I guess.
Yeah, this one seems plausible.
Vishy, by the way, look at his time, an hour 38. It's actually crazy how much time he's spent here. Or is spending here, because he is very much still thinking. I saw your face very focused there. Then I looked at the chat because I knew something was gonna appear.
That's his typing face. He needs a lot of brain power to type words.
David, shall we move on from here? Let Vishy figure it out. And I
just want to get a brief sense of what this position would mean, and then I agree with you.
Sure.
So here the knight is challenged. Does white play queen e4 or just move the knight onto g5? Say Black's got doubled pawns. Do we try to still get our knight to d6, even if it won't win a pawn, just to unseat the king, right? So check here, check here, and play I don't know if it should go to b4 or a3, right? But something like this. Is that knight going to be good or bad on
I would
d6?
maybe prefer a3 just so I can't get hit. I don't know if a5 is ever any good, but just to.
And here you also, you're defended if queen e7, it's not like a hanging piece. Okay, we'll put the queen on a3. So do you think the knight on d6 is strong or weak or a complicated mix?
Complicated mix.
Okay, complicated mix.
I'll take the easy answer. The easy
Well,
way out.
that would be very promising for us, right? Because we would
Yeah.
love to see a game with a complicated mix.
Yeah.
So I think
Yeah,
something
I
like
think
this
this
is
game-
reasonable.
I think something interesting is going to happen here. Very early doors, but I mean, for Vishy to spend, over 20 minutes here in a time control where where you only get 2 hours for the game, promises for excitement for sure.
Yeah. So let's go to the game that we both predicted would be decisive and see how that starts out. So this is, I think, the only game that we both predicted
A white one,
a
yeah.
win for. So this is Veselin Topalov with white against Arjan Tari, and Italian game.
Yeah, not too much. Let's maybe go back to the start here, but still very early doors for now. It's not, when I made my prediction, I was saying he's such a formidable attacking player. So far, it's a far cry from that, what we're seeing here.
Yeah, very piano so far. This is like the kids version of the Italian game, right? The super GM version of the Italian game always used to be D3 and knight D2 and complicated maneuvering, right? But if you go to a kids chess tournament, you will see this position here on maybe 8 out of 10 chessboards, right?
I know. I always thought that actually this was not very, I thought when I started playing that I learned this isn't very good for white. If they go bishop g5, you just kick that bishop with h6, go bishop g4, and life is good.
Yeah. My overwhelming impression of it is that it's boring. This like kids variation of the Italian game. I see them playing bishop g5, bishop g4 in trading, or knight d5, knight d4 in trading, and the pawns get stuck at, let's get this pawn to d6, shall we? Let me just go a few more moves ahead. All right. The pawns get stuck at d6, e5, and d3, e4. No tension, no open files, no open diagonals, and
we'll just have to wait for the blunders to start appearing.
Yeah. So, but that is the choice of Veselin Topalov. Maybe he's trying to make reference to the fact that Arjan Tari was playing in a sandbox when he was world champion. I
mean, also, I think Veselin Topalov, as by his own admission, he's not very active these days. He's not keeping up. Actually, I have a funny story. I was commentating on the Women's Grand Prix in Gibraltar with Veselin Topalov last year. And suddenly there was in one of the games, there was a London. And I said, oh, the London. And he looked at me. I swear this is not a joke. And he said to me, oh, that's what this is called, the London? He did not know the London. And I was like, is he trolling me? What's going on here? He did not know, at least that I'm sure he knows the system, but he did not know it was called the London system. He's like, yeah, I don't keep up with the opening names.
With the opening names, that is extreme. That is extreme.
But I mean, the London, okay, if it was, I mean, I'm very bad with London, with opening names, but the London, okay, 3 moves in. So when he said that, I didn't get trolled. It wasn't a troll. I see fascination. It wasn't a troll. I mean, if it was a troll, it's still going on.
It's still ongoing. Yeah. Well,
yeah. So when I said, I thought, is this actually not to London? Did I mess up? But no.
If one day he does that same thing to you with either the Rui Lopez or the Queen's Gambit, that's the moment when you'll know he was trolling you for 3 years and just keeping it up.
No, and so I mean, I thought of that story because I think Veselin, he's not so active anymore. He still loves chess very much. I just don't think that he's keeping up with all the latest developments. Arjan Tari is working very hard on his chess. He's clearly very well prepared. So I think from that point of view, it also makes sense to play something where he'll just get a game. He says, I think he's clearly saying, I'm not interested in any sharp theoretical debates, so I'll play this, and we play, and we'll see.
Yeah, no matter what opening you play, eventually you end up with chess, with very few exceptions. I mean, there's some variations in like, exchange Slav or things like that, where I'm hard pressed to see how the game later develops. But although I consider this position boring, I will immediately admit that eventually it can always turn into chess. Eventually, there can be pawn majorities and exchange sacrifices, and anything can happen.
Yeah, for sure. And so bishop b3 and bishop b4 was played. And now we get our first exchange. What do you make of this? I'll stop you at this moment here. I think especially for even for me, it's interesting to see a player give up a bishop for the knight, especially without being prompted. So what do you make of this move, bishop takes c3?
I mean, to me, it looks like a straight up mistake. Big mistake from Tari. I mean, Veslin offered him his best piece on the board, the dark squared bishop, right here. Yeah. He offered it to him. He said, hey, would you like my best piece? And Tari said, no, I'd like yesterday's fish. And he goes and he trades the same bishop. And look, he's spending the tempi doing it, right? Like he's moving his bishop twice to go dig up that old fish on c3. No. Big mistake.
So let's see, what is the idea behind taking the knight on c3? I guess the idea is that you want to strike in the center with d5?
Possibly. I mean, I wouldn't say that is particularly bad for white. A lot of times the evaluation of these doubled pawns and this structure here in the e4, e5 games depends on how the b file looks. Because sometimes white can suffer a little bit with the a2 pawn if it's on a2, the c3 and c2 pawns. But the more the a pawns have advanced, the more chance there is for white to have some kind of counter play and pressure on the b file. So I don't see this position being any kind of a problem for white. Yes, black can play d5.
Yeah, how would you proceed here? Would you immediately go for rook b1?
I would. Almost certainly, because if black hasn't played d5, they may also be thinking of bishop e6, which would break up the bishop pair. And rook b1 is sort of mildly dissuading bishop e6, although you might still be able to arrange it with knight a5. Bishop a2, bishop e6, right? And the knight holds this point. But even then, I mean, you put your rook on the correct square, you trade and clamp the light squares, threatening to attack the knight with queen d2 or bishop d2.
And if I go b6,
maybe
I'll try and bring my knight around to c5.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, you can play this. It's not the end of the world for black. White's got a nice bishop on e3. I think it's slightly better than any knight, even without the bishop pair. And when this knight comes to c5, white can trade their isolated a pawn with a5. Or the knight can sit on a5 all game, which I don't think would be
advisable.
So I think white's, just like a tiny bit better here.
We were talking about this being a beginner's opening. My eye immediately went to one suggestion in the chat from Ashok, who was suggesting, I think in the current position, not in this one, but in the live position, queen d2. And it's, I mean, if I'm playing blitz, I'm like, pawn on h6, I see you.
Yep, pawn on h6, we see you. I would say in this position, it's only a threat to draw the game. So I don't see Topalov doing that without quite a bit more buildup.
I agree.
But, if he had a rook lift, if he had f4, f5 played or something like that, I could see it coming. at some point. I mean, that's like a major way to make progress is you can threaten
Mhm.
bishop h6.
The threat is stronger than the execution.
Perhaps. Yeah. Depends. Case by case basis for me.
David, shall we leave this Italian for now?
Yeah.
Because I see from the corner of my eye that in the Rajabov against MVL game,
Yep.
we've had a lot of developments. And well, maybe we can stop for 1 second on the bird's eye view just to take in what's going on
Sure.
elsewhere. But today is a very messy day. I mean, I look at this and my head immediately starts hurting because there's pieces all over the place in every single game, except for the one that I was going to go to, Rajabov MBL.
Right.
But yeah, very few trades, a lot of pieces still.
Yeah, the
hovering around.
Wang Hao Mamedyarov game looks pretty complicated.
Mhm.
Like that seems like a position where if you're not prepared, you're going to spend quite a lot of time in the opening, and it's white's move. And I'm looking at sacking the queen for Wang Hao in that game. So we could see
Of course you are.
we could see another of my stupid trade ideas at some point there, if you like. Looking around beyond that, Wesley's got the knight on d6. Anand has probably manually castled the king. That game is definitely interesting as well.
Super interesting.
In the direction we thought. Carlsen versus Giri, IQP, slower burn. In this very position, we've got the idea of knight takes d5, winning the pawn on d5, and black takes the pawn on b2, the very pattern that 1200 asked us about earlier in the game. As Magnus has just eliminated the defender on f6 with the bishop and goes for knight d5. Black will be taking back on b2. The game will be, you know, reasonably close to balanced, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
Wang Hao did not sack the queen. Too bad.
Do you want to go maybe to that game, to Wang Hao's game?
Sure. We could just show my idea for 1 second here. So I assume this is an open Ruy Lopez, like early knight takes e4. Yep. Based on the structure. So yeah, there's a lot of defenses to the Ruy Lopez that are considered pretty decent for black right now. Wow. Looks like white tried to repeat like a draw here, right? Bishop b3, black could go bishop e6. And Mamedyarov
said, no thanks.
Said no, and then took on e5.
Okay, and things get very messy immediately.
Right. So here, this is my idea. Knight e5. Bishop d1, instantly, you know, vomited on by the evaluation bar. But I know. Anyway, we get to this position. I'm used to it. Exactly. All of my chess gets vomited on. So in this position, look, we've got two pieces against the queen, and we're threatening bishop f7, knight f7, bishop c6, and bishop a8. Not really bishop a8.
Okay, can I? My first instinct was to just go king f8. Let me step out of those checks, but maybe
that is a good instinct. That is a good instinct. That really avoids the worst of what I'm doing. But can I try knight f7 to h8 now? Right, knight f7. Queen maybe to e8.
Yeah.
I don't know for sure, but like queen e8.
It always feels like when the two of us are playing around without an engine, and disclaimer to all of you guys watching us, we don't use any engines. It feels like people who are watching our suggestions and analysis here with an engine must be thinking, what are these guys doing?
Well, I mean, this is how chess players think about chess, you know?
Yeah, very true.
That's what we're doing. So maybe you can allow knight f7, develop the rook to d8, and white's pieces are sleeping over here. I don't know, but this is what I would be looking at for white here.
Yeah.
I mean, strongly.
There must be something better for black, surely, than king f8.
No, I think king f8 was pretty good. I mean, well, yeah, there might be something better. I mean,
the bar didn't like it. Someone in the Billy Boost is asking, why not just castle? So I guess after castle, your idea is bishop
Oh.
f7.
Yeah, because we traded our queen for 2 pieces. And if we do this,
Of course.
then right here, we've traded a rook and a piece for the opponent's queen. So we're down in exchange.
And
we
you
don't
have
knight
rank
f7
issues, yeah.
because of rook d1.
Well, castling then looks a lot better than king f8 indeed.
Okay, so if black can just castle,
Yeah,
avoiding knight f7, bishop f7, and bishop
that
c6.
puts an end to your
That
fun a
puts an
little
end.
bit. Yeah.
Yeah, that puts an end. So Wang Hao played bishop f4, and now we're looking at something more like, this isn't going to thrill anybody, but we're looking at a continuation more likely that looks like knight takes, bishop takes, queen takes, bishop takes, bishop takes, rook here, rook d8. Oh, wait, I love end games.
Yeah, but this one is not the most interesting of end games.
It would be cool if there were like an asymmetry in the pawn structure, or
Yeah.
one different minor piece, like a bishop versus knight or knight versus bishop, or
But there's nothing.
but there's nothing. So anyway, they're here. Bishop f4 played by Wang Hao. Mamedyarov thinking, and let us check out MVL as you said.
So MVL on the black side against Timo Rajabov, the game that has progressed the most, let's say. Black is up a pawn. Actually, that didn't even register with me first time around.
Yeah.
And
First
what
thing
does
I
white
noticed-
have to show? Yeah.
First thing we notice is the extra pawn. Second thing that I notice is Maxim's clock.
It's
Pretty comfortable.
Yeah.
He's not looking worried yet. What does white have to show for it? Well,
This long
Control-
diagonal,
control this long diagonal, I guess.
and that's it.
And that's it. Yeah. Black won't be playing anything here, Jehoidal, because it is white's turn. So white is going to be looking at rook to c1, bishop h8, bishop g7. Let's take bishop h8 off the list really quickly. Threatens checkmate.
But
Forces black to play f6. And then, oops.
Yeah.
The end.
that would be a sad fate
Yeah.
for that bishop. Also, Ashok is saying rook b to c. The problem, so he wants to play rook b to c1. I would also like to maybe get a rook to d1. I was wondering if f3 could be an option, or if I'm weakening myself.
Sure.
Too
I mean, I
much.
would say both. It's an option, and you are weakening yourself. In general, if you've got an unopposed dark squared bishop, you're allowed to weaken yourself on the dark squares, and the opponent will essentially never be able to punish you. I like Pat's point. Do you also like that?
Yeah, I think we
Like
cracked
bishop
up at the
h8
same-
announced forced mate in 1. You just tell him, like, sorry, you're mated, bro.
Thankfully, there's e5. Well, but yeah, there's still e5,
Thankfully,
right?
there's
Save-
e5, but it's not a very good move, right? I mean, white would be happy to do that. And just keep going back to bishop h8 against poor Ben, right? The bishop
for anyone
takes on
in the
e5,
chat,
says,
for
"I'll be
anyone in the
back."
chat who doesn't get the reference, Ben Feingold famously says never play f6. So that's why against Ben you can get away with bishop h8. Shout out to Ben.
Yeah,
That's
he'll have
very
to avoid
funny.
the Grunfeld, because there's a lot of Grunfeld positions where not being able to play f6 would just really hobble
I know.
you, right? Because there's bishop h6 and bishop h8s that come in with those mate threats. Okay, so in this position, so I think probably a problem with rook fc1 is that black can play rook b8 and take a lot of white's energy out of the game.
Yeah.
So if we wanted to play rook fc1, we would probably need to start with bishop e5, controlling that square and maintaining our file.
What about the suggestion from who was it in the chat? From Ashok to go rook b c1.
Right. So that's why Ashok was recommending rook b to c1, which, maintains control over c5, the blockading square of this pawn, puts some pressure on that pawn. But, I don't see any reason that black would be in any trouble here either. It's not like this pawn's going to be lost. Black can play rook b8 and rook d8 as they wish to develop comfortably. And I might start with bishop e6 to put pressure on a2.
Yeah, I was wondering, can I here, if you go bishop e6, can I go bishop c5 and start pressuring e6 somehow? E7,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, certainly possible. I don't yet see a way for black to claim like a big advantage with their extra pawn, but they've got pretty free play still.
Here I will just take, and then you go rook e8.
Yeah. And actually, maybe I'm falling for bishop h8 here. For real, finally. Let's not be so cavalier. Okay, so maybe, let's see. What should we do with this position? Maybe it makes more sense to develop the rooks now. So after rook c1, let's say we put one rook on this open file. I was expecting queen c3. I'm going to put the other rook here, but that allows bishop e5.
Yeah, I mean, white is down a pawn, but the more I look at this, the more I feel like I quite like white's pieces. I feel, we look at this position and we feel, it's quite interesting. And I feel at their level, like it will probably just peter out somehow without too much happening, but we'll see.
Queen c3 is the move that has been played in the game by Timur. So he gets out of the way of rook b8. He prepares bishop c5. He eyes the a5 pawn if black wants to use the rook. Yeah, I mean, very healthy move for white. For black, I could see rook fd8 being the choice here in this move order for sure. The basic idea is to play queen d2 after white's bishop moves. Right. Yehoidel is happy because now the question of might black play bishop e2 is possible. Maybe Yehoidel's reason for being so excited about bishop e2 is the idea of placing the bishop on b5 so that c6 is no longer a weakness.
And is there any way I can get an a4 there?
Maybe.
I'm not in time.
Maybe.
But then what's the plan? If I prepare a4, do you want to go a4 yourself?
Right. If black goes a4 themselves, things get really blockaded on the dark squares and, has that drawish opposite colored bishop feeling to it. But to some extent, I mean, the idea behind bishop e2 to b5 would just be to hang onto that c6 pawn and, wait for your opportunities. It's opposite colored bishops, but you're solidly up a pawn. And, that still puts some pressure on white.
Yeah, I agree. We'll see what MVL comes up with. Maybe we bring back the bird's eye view, and before we go on our first break in a short while, we quickly check in with the top two clashes, the main clashes, Magnus Carlsen against Anish Giri and Wesley against Vishy.
Yeah. So Magnus against Anish has the most action, yet I think it may be reasonably easy to evaluate. And the game between Wesley and Vishy looks just like, I mean, how do you evaluate that? It's a position outside of our normal experience and probably the most fun position we have to speculate on right now.
Which one do you want to go to?
I guess we could probably explain Carlsen versus Giri in like 10 seconds.
Okay, so quick look at Carlsen and then we'll look at Wesley and then we'll go on our first break.
So here were the moves. The queen backed up from knight c6. The bishop backed up from h6, not yet willing to trade on f6 since the tactics weren't yet there for white to win a pawn. Anish played queen b6, targeting that weakness on b2. And then white's got a number of choices that are all not desirable, right? You could play rook b1, then your rook's not going to the main files you want. You could play b3, then you're weakening the knight on c3 and the squares on a3 and b4. You know, so Magnus decided like, hey, let's just trade it off now. So he takes on f6, takes on d5. Anish is in a deep thought here because he can decide whether he wants same colored bishops or opposite colored bishops.
What would you go for?
I think to me, the simplest choice here is same colored, but I think that the evaluation should be pretty similar. Let me see. I would go for same colored bishops.
So same colored.
Here's what I'd be mildly concerned about opposite colored bishops. Oh, sorry, this bishop. Okay, I was trying to wonder between these tempi here.
So what if bishop c4?
Yeah. Well, I'll just tell you what my worry was. My worry was that this bishop would come here and that in this middle game, black's a little bit weak on light squares on the king side, and the e3 pawn helps shelter white from the f6 bishop. The extra pawn on the queen side, making a pass pawn, advancing, less of an issue with opposite colored bishops, and sort of king safety and activity of the pieces a little bit more of a factor. So, I mean, black should be fine. Their position's more or less pristine, but I would be mildly worried about this. And now my other option that I'd be a little bit less worried about, I think, oh, but I didn't calculate it right, did I? I was thinking queen b2, and then on knight f6, queen f6, that this would be a more clean, pure equality for black. I mean, the only thing you have to worry about is your opponent is Carlsen, but positionally, you're perfect. But
yeah,
maybe there's something with rook b1 here, because the queen can't stay on this diagonal, can it?
But yeah, rook b1.
Yeah.
Okay, what if I no? I mean,
Yeah,
I have to take on a2.
Yeah, I initially missed that this was a bit of an issue, but
Yeah.
we sort of have to go like something like this. And yeah, this is also concerning for black. So basically there's some very mild concerns for Anish in the two positions, and that he had available here after knight d5, either taking on b2 or trading on d5, and he chose to trade on d5. So there will be some nagging worries for Anish in the next phase. But
tiny bit of nagging, but should be all in the balance still. But it's the kind of position where you don't want your opponent to be Magnus Carlsen, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, we'll come back to this one. We'll quickly now check in with Wesley and Vishy, which is going to be a tough task to only check in quickly, but let's see.
Interesting. Wesley didn't trade on d5.
He went
so
for the
that's why the
immediate check.
position's a little bit more locked up. I mean, I've got no idea if this is the right or wrong choice, but you can see he saved his c pawn to try and anchor the knight on d6, but now black's center is so solid. I would say Wesley definitely made the riskier choice there, which is exactly what I want from him. Exactly what I want from him. The riskier choice from Wesley So. And now he starts trying to open up the center with e4.
But look at the time situation, by the way. Wesley is up 25 minutes almost on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big time advantage.
Yeah. And it's still a very complicated position. He's still fully down a pawn, fully down a pawn. This is a gambit, folks. This is a true gambit. What Wesley played in the opening here with his d4 pawn sack. This is not the queen's gambit. This is a gambit.
Very interesting stuff.
Yeah.
And he is thinking now after takes on e4.
Yeah. So I look forward to getting more into the details on this exciting game when we come back from a very short break.
We'll see you very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to chess.com's coverage of Norway Chess 2022. We have got our two leaders here, Wesley So and Vishy Anand, in a real true battle. I feel like Wesley's taking more risks than usual, exactly what I wanted to see from him. Chat feels that Vishy is unstoppable. And let's see where this game goes.
We were just saying, David, just before we came back on air, we were wondering what is Wesley thinking about? Why hasn't he captured on e4 with the knight yet? And we were trying to figure out what could be the alternatives.
Yeah, I mean, the complicated move was his choice last move to play e4, right? If we just back up one moment. He played e4. I mean, there's a complicated move. Black can take that pawn on e3 or on e4. And then you have to be prepared. Are you planning to recapture on e3 with your bishop or your pawn or your queen even? Actually, look at that. Maybe Black didn't even have the option to take on e3 because of queen e3. Or no, bishop h6. Look at that weird way to win material. Oh, no, it can't be played. The pawn's here. I was going to say bishop h6, queen e3.
But queen e3 looks good, no?
Queen e3 looks pretty good. Knight to g4.
Knight G4.
Only move to not lose.
Surely there must be something here. Surely.
Queen e2, because if the bishop ever takes, pawn takes, tempos the queen.
Yeah.
And now even on h5 or f5, you're playing h3.
h3 anyway.
So you had to look at how to recapture on e3 and how to recapture on e4. Unless he just knew, like, it's time I have to crack the center, I'll play e4. And then depending on how he takes, then I'll figure it out.
Let's close my eyes, hope for the best. e4, let's go.
Yeah. So Anand took, and you know, a chunk of Wesley's large time advantage has dissipated on this recapture. It's just a little surprising.
So I was thinking, could he be thinking of taking on h6 first? But I don't know that I want to give up that bishop. Could it help us at all to lure the king out to h6?
Right. Yeah, I don't see what our follow-up would be either. Yeah, just like you. I mean, I don't see the follow-up.
So, okay, let's have a look at the most obvious move. Knight takes e4.
Right. So here's the variation that occurs to me as being like a very logical first thing. It would be like the first question I would ask myself if I'm playing the game. If I play knight e4 and I've got an idea of playing bishop g5 and f4, going after dark squares with the knight. But let's say my opponent just ignores the idea and tries to develop their bishop to d7 and c6 and say that I'm down a pawn for nothing. Then bishop g5, f6, f4. That's just the first question that I would try and like put on the board, so to speak, in my mind.
I like
and try to evaluate, you know, who it was good for.
I mean, this is getting really, really messy. Well, I have to take on g5. Or...
It feels like we can't retreat and give up f6 as black, so we're probably looking at pawn
unless
takes.
You want to sack another queen.
Unless I want to give a third queen here. So the thing about evaluating this variation is it's somewhat forcing and it'll help inform our other decisions, right? So we get to this position here. And now what's going on? It feels a little bit promising for white.
I mean, I'm always, whenever, you know, I can't even see what exactly the bar says because it's too small at the screen I'm looking at, but it's like, how is it just always in the middle? Like it's this very double-edged, you know, interesting position, material on balance, but no, the engine.
I have to hang my queen to get a reaction from the bar.
It really feels like, what has someone got to do these days to get an imbalance?
Yeah. What do I have to do to get an advantage, an imbalance?
Can we find a terrible move for black here?
I
sure we can.
Yeah, I mean, I would normally just develop my rook.
Yeah.
So we can see if that's terrible.
Not
White could put the rook on
terrible,
f6.
but not the best. But that also shows you that if like rook f8 is also the first move that came to my mind. So it also tells you that after making a natural move like that, if the bar drops, that the position is far from easy.
Exactly. If you play like a super obvious move and the bar drops 5/10 of a pawn instead of 1/10 of a pawn, it tells you the position is much less trivial, much trickier. Yeah.
So what else? And Wesley is still thinking. I mean, I am shocked.
Still thinking about the great recapture.
So if not rook f8, what do we do? Is knight f5 ever an option? I want to try and jump into e3 maybe.
Yeah, I think this is definitely where that knight is headed, right? It's fighting for dark squares. It's blocking off the file. Yeah, just a question of timing, I guess. The white queen would like to attack some of these points for us. Is there ever time to play g4? I don't know. Knight d6, bishop c6.
Instead of, oh yeah, no, don't mind me. I was about to give up my queen. I wanted to go knight e3, but I forgot about rook f7.
Yeah, we're gonna have to put a rook on f8 at some point for black. I'm surprised the engine didn't like an immediate rook f8. Felt pretty natural. Oh, he's made a move. What has he done?
The surprising, the gobsmacking knight takes e4.
Oh, okay. That's what we were looking at. We didn't even get a chance to ask why, what was going on with bishop e4 as an alternative. I'll just say this. Bishop e4, the idea of it, if he was thinking between the two moves, the idea of it is by maintaining pressure on b7, you make it harder for black to develop the bishop on c8. And note that if black plays rook b8, they always have to check with queen a7. So with that said, I mean, maybe black would sack this pawn and just develop, or maybe black would slowly play like a6, rook b8, and dig out. But the move knight e4, I think we want to see as being more concretely probably aimed at attacking the kingside dark squares.
David, I'm gonna interrupt you for a second because I'm seeing a lot of Anish blundered calls in the chat. So I think we should go back there because things are, I don't know if it was a blunder, but things are happening in that game.
Usually they're trolling when they say that.
Yeah, but Anish seems to be taking some risks at least.
Okay, he made the trade on a1. So yeah, here I was like, oh, I'd like to not offer the two rooks, but I also can't sack the bishop. I have to go to c4. So I was really, really unsure about this. Anish tries taking it. I mean, his queen was in a weird spot if he didn't take, and white's threatening rook b1, rook b7. So I would say the chat has definitely trolled by calling it a blunder. It's just an absolutely normal decision for black to take in this position to trade the queen.
I don't think it's a troll, Pruess. I don't know. I've got your back, chat. I don't think it's a troll. I think maybe they're not understanding and maybe I'm not understanding, but I don't think they're trolling us.
Okay, so you want to be the good guy that chat loves and they'll call me a jerk. But I mean, in what universe would queen a1 be a blunder?
No, I just think that people see the bar go up to +2 or whatever it's gone up to. And like, I mean, who knows? I mean, maybe it is a mistake. The thing is, we are currently not seeing really too many alternatives for black, but.
Yeah, I mean, I will tell apparently there's a lot of computer jockeys out there. I will tell all you computer jockeys that queen a1 is a perfectly normal, natural move for any chess player to contemplate in this position or play. So the mall cop. So Anish makes this trade, and Magnus has minimal material with which to attack the king side right now, but attack he must, you know. So
how
we're
do we
talking
go on
about
it?
we're talking about this knight needs to get to g6 or f5 or d6
Is it
in a hurry.
completely insane if I just go g4 and g5?
G4, no, not insane at all. That would get your knight to g5. That would be great, but you need to do something like that because you know, what's black going to do next? Rook d8, rook d1, and black has the advantage.
The thing is, Munchtaub is saying it is a sack gone wrong, definitely not a blunder. Well, it's also not a sack gone wrong because the sack has literally just happened. So nothing, I mean, this is the position that Anish was aiming for.
Also, it's not a sacrifice. It's simply a trade. Like queen versus two rooks is close enough to equal material to be considered a trade. If anything, it's Magnus who has sacrificed two rooks for the queen. It's a small sacrifice from Magnus because two rooks are worth more than a queen by a little bit. So this is very interesting. The fact that there's this rook d8 to rook d1 move means that in this position, there's even extra reason to consider Fiona's g4 idea because g2 is a great square to tuck your king on, actually, for white. Other moves you could consider are queen d7 and bishop b3. They don't enthrall me.
Yeah, I'm with you. It feels like, especially having seen the bar go up a little bit, it feels like there must be something, we have to do something proactive.
Yeah. So, I mean, let's say we did queen d7, right? And black plays rook d8. So we don't have bishop f7 check here, fancy move, because the knight is covering this rook. So for anyone who doesn't know what a blunder is, that's a blunder. Bishop f7, that's a blunder. That's like, oops, we didn't correctly see what our opponent was going to do. It's costing us dearly. We lost a piece. That's a blunder. Okay, just clarifying. Queen b7 here would probably be the point of queen d7, right? And then black plays rook d1, forcing this bishop into passivity because that bishop was very annoying and strong. And now, again, you get a complicated situation because black has forced white into passivity, but probably at the cost of both queenside pawns, because unless rook c1 is a really good move, you know, if black's playing something like knight e5, then, you know, that was a two pawn sacrifice just to switch who was active and who was passive.
I still always feel a bit uneasy with that bishop on f1. But maybe there is nothing
like uneasy, like black might have a tactic straight up. Well, white's threatening queen takes knight. Black would need something pretty strong. I guess we could look at rook b8, queen takes here, rook here, right? If we wanted to double check the tactics in this situation. And I see a winning
But now
move for
maybe
white.
we can just defend with the queen.
Yeah, look at this nice winning move for white, knight d2. Oh, the computer bar disagrees with me.
I just wanted to very simply defend the bishop with the queen.
Look at that. I defended it. And if here, then I want to go check here, check, and clean up my back rank.
That's actually very nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why the engine hates me.
What?
I thought that was nice.
But what was wrong? So rook takes? But it does?
I mean, probably black plays rook c1 and we still have to defend this knight. And if I go check here, you know, check here, they can just keep coming back and forth. And if I defend the knight with the queen, black has bishop c3. So it doesn't work. Cartier enjoys when Magnus beats Anish. Me too. I will confess to that as well. I like every time a game ends decisively pretty much at this level. It's always great to see a win. And I basically always root for Magnus. So I enjoy that.
Why do you always root for Magnus?
Well, see, I always predict him to win every tournament because it's the most likely thing. And then once I predicted him to win the tournament, I really like being right about things. I'm the only person like this, I know, but I love to be right about things. So once I predicted him to win the tournament, I need him to like win his games in order to win the tournament.
What do you think? Do you think he's gonna win today?
Let's see. What did I vote?
You voted draw.
I think I voted for him to win.
No, you
I voted for him to win. So that's what I'm going for. I mean, he's only got an edge here, but that's what I'm going for. He's going to somehow win this game.
You voted for a win. I think you misinformed us. I thought you had voted for Rajabov and MVL. That's no, not sorry, MVL and Topalov. That's what you told us.
I did. I went completely crazy today. I voted for 3 decisive results, Fiona. I was just, I had too much smoothie or something, you know.
I can see that.
Juicy. So Magnus... I was up before 6 a.m. working in the kitchen.
Oh my goodness.
And I just got too much wishful thinking, not enough reality.
Crazy man, but who knows? You might be rewarded, especially I see from the corner of my eye that in the Topalov game, that Topalov might have a little something. I'm not sure why yet, but
wow, A5. Look at that move. That was a pretty exciting move already right there. A5, preventing the knight A5 maneuver that we had talked about that would defend B7 securely. So he's kind of insisting for this pawn on B7 to be a problem. And I don't know exactly how bad it would be for Tari to play bishop E6 in response. He didn't go for it, but you know, trade, and what? I mean, we can't play rook B1 because we're defending this. So what we do is we play queen B1 and bring the queen to B3, connect the rooks that way. And you know, maybe black's obligated to babysit with like rook or queen, and maybe it's a bit of an edge for white.
Yeah, at least it looks mildly uncomfortable.
Yeah, I don't know how big a deal it is. But Tari played the other main plan for black, which is to break with D5, get the knight into the center, bother the C3 pawn. So ED5, knight D5, bishop D2 is just normal response to D5. That's what you got to do. Bishop F5, typically the best square for this bishop in this pawn structure. And that is something which I didn't learn until 1 or 2 years ago. It looks like perhaps the dumbest square for the bishop in this pawn structure. But the point is, if you ever play E4 and trade pawns, your bishop will be well placed. And you're also dissuading the opponent from playing D4 in the center because your bishop becomes really good. So it allows you to sort of sit on your space advantage and keep the opponent bottled up for a bit and hang E4 over their head.
That makes sense, actually. I have to say, I also did not really know that. So I learned something new every day. So bishop F5. And then what happened?
Rook E1, attacking E5, and rook E8. So black leaves the F pawn on F7 for now, neither supporting the center with it nor grabbing space with it. And I've discovered this is often the best way to play this position at first, is you want to, you know, get your queen here, get your rook here, get the bishop out from C8 to F5. Make sure that your development is really nice and good before you start thinking of adding your F pawn to the game.
So that all makes sense. And we've had a few more moves. Is the live position?
Let me refresh. It looks like that's the live position. Yeah, rook E8. Okay.
So now,
yeah, I mean, the most obvious plan for white is definitely still queen B1, and then she can go to A2 or B3 and apply some pressure on D5 and either attack B7 or defend A5, our choice of flavors.
By the way, Grandmaster Enoch is back in the chat, and he's saying, guess the move the engines are suggesting. And people are guessing G4, but apparently that is not the correct answer. So we can also, what do you guess?
Yeah, I'm disappointed. I really believed Enoch the other day that they were a Grandmaster, and now it seems they're just watching computer engine evaluations, which is something that Grandmasters don't do. So I guess they misled us. Yeah.
So what do you think the engine suggestion is?
Me? I don't know. I don't spend much time with engines. I don't know what they suggest. I would imagine queen b1. It looks like the right move to me. I'm going to guess that
queen... Yeah, but if it's a funny
too.
move, queen b1 isn't queen b1 isn't a funny move. What could be a funny move? Let's look for a funny move.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Queen b1 doesn't quite make me chuckle. It just looks normal.
So let's see. It's not g4. It's not queen b1. It's a funny move. Is d4 funny? No, surely d4 isn't funny.
Rook
Bishop
a4 is a weird
C1?
move, but it looks
No.
pretty bad.
Bishops.
Rook a4 would be weird, but it looks pretty bad because of b5. And if you take, there's knight takes b6. It looks only funny for black.
What else?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm done with the guess the computer game. Give me a better game.
I don't have one for now. That's all I've got.
Oh, we're stuck
I can't
with
believe
E9.
knight d4. Knight d4.
Knight d4. Okay.
Wow. Okay, and the point is if pawn takes, we take on e8 and we take on
Yeah.
d5.
So knight takes d4, pawn takes d4 helps white. Black still can't take. It opens up the dark squares. Pawn takes d4, rook d8, rook e8, bishop d5. Oh, it's a nice plus for white. It's a nice plus for white. And we can't even play bishop d7 for black because of bishop takes d5. Oh, there's no good answer.
That's actually crazy.
That's a very, very strong move. I've never seen that before.
Wow.
Never seen it before.
Topalov has been thinking for a while. Do you think he's gonna play it?
I've never seen that move in my life. So it's a little bit hard to find, to even think of it. That said, just last week, Aronian found a couple computer moves that I had never seen before in my life that I thought, a human's probably never going to even look at that move. And Aronian, and I don't think they're moves that had come up before, but he found them in the position.
I mean, I think it's possible.
Yeah.
Because there are a lot of undefended, like if you look at it, there's a lot of undefended pieces. I mean, once you know the move, suddenly it seems a lot easier, right? But
right.
I mean, also we're talking about Veselin and Topalov here.
Yeah.
Is
I'll say
something
one
happening?
thing. I guarantee you that Tari didn't consider it before playing rook e8.
Oh, for sure.
I'll say that much. He wasn't like, knight d4 or whatever.
That's for sure. And I see people are saying, oh, Magnus game. Magnus has gone for g4 actually. Go Magnus. And go me. Not every day I guess a Magnus move.
Very good a Magnus move. Fiona,
or was it Magnus that played a Fiona move?
No. Bravo. That was fantastic. Again, I think it's a mix of aggression and defense, right? Black had this rook d8 to d1 threat, which would really put white on a passive footing. And even if we could pick up 2 pawns on the queen side with queen d7 to b7, in an opposite colored bishop position like this, if you get put on the passive foot, it doesn't feel very good. Yeah. So.
By the way, the chat is also saying that Veselin did play your move, queen b1. So he didn't spot knight e4.
No, of course, which is why this, guess the computer move is such a stupid game, right? Because I mean, I'm telling you the move that, a human would play, some grandmaster told me about this plan that you bring the queen to b1 and then there was another position. It was for black. it was like the black side of the Italian game. But when you're playing the Italian game, it doesn't really matter if you're white or black. You can get similar structures either way. So it was on the other side, but they're showing me some position where you play queen here and queen to A2.
Yeah.
It was with this kind of a structure for black. So there's just barely room for the queen to come out there. And then she connects the rooks and goes on this diagonal with the bishop C5. Right. And so here, yeah.
I mean, we know now that knight d4 is the stronger move, but I think even after queen b1, Veselin must still be, a little bit better. Like, I think if anything, we'd all take white here.
Yeah. Yeah. And so she could come to b3 or a2 next. Yeah, I mean, white's still a little bit better. And yeah, Tari's still going to have to prove himself after playing this bishop b4 takes c3.
Yeah.
It's going to be some work.
Yeah. Shall we maybe bring up the bird's eye view for a second, just to get a sense of what's happening?
Check what's going on elsewhere, whether MVL still has his pawn, whether Wesley has made any attacking inroads. Oh, Anand played a very careful move to avoid that entire bishop g5 f4 idea.
Not a fine gold approved move, though.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't impress the engine with our first tries with bishop g5 f4.
No.
But from a human perspective, that looked very scary for black. It really looked like white was opening up all black's dark squares with great compensation. So f6 covering those squares, calm and safe. Vishy Anand does still have the extra pawn for the moment. No big change there. And
maybe we can quickly check in with that endgame, because it's not quite the uneventful endgame we thought it was going to be in Wang Hao against Mamedyarov. We had looked at one line which led to a completely symmetrical pawn structure ending, but I think a little bit more interesting there.
Yeah. Okay, so bishop f4, c6. Oh, complicated move from Shock, right? The boring move that I had suggested before, knight f3 check, c6.
Thankfully wasn't played.
So this bishop is it's trapped here. The knight on c5 is covering e4. So Shakhriyar kind of forcing the hand, brings the queen out to d5, threatening to devastate the kingside pawn structure. In sort of a boring position headed towards an endgame, you don't want your pawn structure to get devastated. You're not going to have any way to use the open file that's going to compensate. So Hao has to trade queens to get the tempo to cover f3. Wait, is there no knight bd2 here? Let me just double check. Knight bd2.
Knight
d3, knight b2. There's rook d8, there's knight d3, there's just castles. I mean, I guess the queen's just better placed than white's queen. Why would we avoid that trade?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, we don't need to analyze in depth. White's position is just a little bit worse than black. We're weaker on light squares. Black's got the bishop pair, and black's queen was better placed. So at least Hao gives him an isolated pawn, which could hamper him a bit in this endgame. Centralize the bishop.
Black has the bishop pair, though. Do you think that's in this position, which is quite open, that gives black a bit of an edge?
Yeah, I do. I do, because this bishop does have access to squares like c2, d3 and stuff. It can tuck on g6 if white chases it. White can't chase it down and trade it. And there's a lot of open room for it. So, that's why this knight on d3 is completely secure here. Often you go to a square like this, it's like, you're well placed, but you're exposed. It's dangerous. Can you keep it defended? But black can always play bishop f5. This knight is super safe here. So yeah, black's got like a small advantage, and the move b4 gives him somewhere where he can start a fight if he chooses to. Might want this rook out first.
b4 is always a move that for me is hard to understand. I mean, it's a move. I understand the pawn was attacked on b2 and I had to do something about that.
Yeah.
But leaving myself with this backward pawn on c3 and this massive hole on c4, I'd be like, no, no way. But on the other hand, maybe there's no good way to defend, because if I go rook b1, maybe knight bishop f5, yeah, will be
Right. You won't be happy on
annoying.
that square.
Yeah. So
Um,
moral of the story, I wouldn't be happy.
You wouldn't
I
be
just
happy,
wouldn't be
period.
happy here.
It's just one, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you've got b3, you've got b4. You can also just leave, if you're really unhappy defending a pawn, you can also look at forgetting about that pawn, right? So
Yeah.
a4 could be an
Wouldn't be
option
happy
as well.
about that either.
Well, I mean, your plan is if they do this, you take on
Yeah.
b5, right?
Yeah.
All good. And if they take rook here, knight here,
Knight take.
rook a5, right? And we're just counterattacking the opponent's
Yeah.
weak pawns instead of defending our weak pawn. If you don't like your defensive options,
That's actually a great suggestion.
yeah, you
Great-
can
and great
always
advice.
consider
Mhm.
just saying the heck with it. Remember, that's what Anand did in the game that he won against Topalov, was he had sort of an isolated C pawn that was in
Yeah.
the way of his development, and it was
Yeah.
awkward to defend. So he just developed his pieces and let it go. And then he had a pawn on b4 that was slightly awkward to develop, and he just let it go and brought out his rooks, and then his position was great when he went from up a pawn to down a pawn.
Yeah, no, that's I see Zutphanar saying cool thinking. Yeah, and I think it's definitely something for everyone who's in the chat, like to remember, and I'll try and remember it as well.
Yeah. It's something I've actually seen several times from Anand. Like if there's a pawn and like defending it looks really passive, he just puts his pieces on active squares, like if he were black, instead of defending this A pawn with his rook, he just goes to the B file or the C file and says, whatever, my rook's going to be happy. He just let the pawns be, but uses pieces.
Yeah. So in this case, well, Wang Hao didn't let his pawn go. He let it go to b4 instead.
Yeah. Yeah. And look at Mamedyarev's choice. The knight was well placed on d3, right? But immediately knight b2. What does this tell us? I think he doesn't want to allow a4. I think he's thinking of maybe posting up on a4 himself and pressuring c3.
It's a funny looking move to jump into the white camp like that, but the more you look at it, the more you realize that knight is actually going to be really annoying on a4.
Yeah, I mean, he's coming from a great square and he's headed to the edge of the board, from a central outpost to the edge of the board. But it certainly makes some sense here. I was expecting a much simpler move, king f7, a4, maybe a5, and just like a full explosion of the queenside pawns once the rooks are connected. I think he's trying to claim that basically he now has a structural advantage despite having an isolated pawn. He's saying this backward pawn on an open file is just straight up weaker than his pawn.
Yeah, I feel like this isn't going to be a fun position to play for Wang Hao. Probably still, roughly even, but I feel like black is going to have more fun here.
Yeah.
What else is going
White's position
on?
did kind of need that a4 move, man.
Yeah, it really did.
Okay.
We
can go to MDL again, but I simply don't understand what's going on in the game. So that's a tough one for me.
So let's see what happened.
I mean, I accidentally predicted one move. He played rook d8 here. Bishop b6. Queen d3. Okay. I would have thought maybe queen d2 in this position. I don't know how to predict the moves. Queen e5. Rook here. f6. f6. That's good. That is where that pawn belongs when you're facing this bishop. You don't even have to wait for white to have a concrete threat to do it. It's actually the right place for this piece. But I think white did have a concrete threat if black retreated the bishop to the best square. Bishop d4. And this is a trick where then you lose your bishop. And
so f6, I don't know if it was forced, but possibly, well, maybe you could drop the bishop back further, but yeah, f6 makes a lot of sense.
You don't want to. So yeah, so f6 makes sense. And I don't know either if it's fully forced, but it's like a good move he could have played at any point. in this position, it would have been okay. It's similar to a tactic you can get in this Magnus Carlsen game, which is that let's say you played like bishop d3, bishop f6. In this position here, you play queen f5 and you win the bishop on f6.
Yeah, that's very cute.
So you more often see that tactic with the d3 to h7 diagonal. Sorry about that arrow, folks. That's where you see it more often, but actually it was the same tactic coming up here in the Vishy Anand game. Bishop e6, bishop d4, and you just lose. Yeah.
Another tactic worth remembering. So that's why MVL played f6. And now we find ourselves in this position.
Right. So a question whether white could take on c6 and try and trade off both a pawns towards an endgame.
So let's have a look. Queen takes c6. Bishop
a2,
takes.
rook a1. And now I think queen c4, maybe we trade rook c1, and that is zeros in my mental engine as well as like real engines.
Yeah.
So
but there was somewhere, yeah. So
is there anywhere to do something more exciting for black after that move? Okay, I suppose
what
maybe
if I
there
go
is.
a4? No, my bishop is hanging. That was not a good idea.
Yeah. So, okay, maybe there's some room to keep playing like this. Maybe a little room. And then on like rook d1, you're hanging around. Nah, I don't see it. It should still just be a draw. The rook just chases you around. But he's done something else. Timur's just kept the a pawn on the board with a3 and just threatening queen c6. As well as maybe bishop a5 to b4. It looks also equal.
Yeah, this still looks very much. What am I seeing in the chat? Wait, this game is a yawner. A bit harsh.
Maybe a problem with this game is that if we play the best move or the worst move, the evaluation is still equal. Whereas,
so let's go back to the bird's eye view then.
Whereas in the Carlsen and Anand games, if you play the wrong move, you will get some more action.
Absolutely. So we have the bird's eye view back. We see that Carlsen is still thinking. So we saw he played g4 and after rook e8, he is still thinking. We see Vishy has just made a move.
Yeah.
Like today feels like one of those days where, you know, it's like a long build up, but it feels like eventually everything is just going to come to life in a lot of different places. That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that the game between the leaders, Wesley and Anand, and also the game between Carlsen and Anish is pretty dramatic. And yeah, Topalov versus Tari is interesting. Only the Rajabov Vachier game, I don't see much going on anymore.
So where would you like to go back to?
I think we should look at Magnus versus Anish because I don't think we're even going to be able to understand Wesley versus Anand. So maybe we'll start with the other one, because we can ask a pretty simple question about this position, which is why is Magnus not playing g5, right?
Yeah.
You know, surely part of the point of g4 was to play g5. And if g5, pawn takes, knight takes.
Let's just wait a second until we bring the analysis board back. So
and he's just played a different move, just as we tried g5. He just played h4 in the actual game.
So h4, very interesting. I mean, we can go back as soon as the board is up. We can have a look at this this g5 move you were talking about.
Yeah. So I mean, certainly h4 was a candidate move as well, and it's the move he plays. So I mean, it had to be, but you know, it's useful to ask ourselves what goes on with g5, because he can try that move. And does the rook on e8 give black a defense with knight e5, trading pieces, or does black take first and then play rook to e5 in that position before white can take on f7? And it looks like white can't take on f7, and the only move would be queen g2.
Yeah.
Do you see anything that I'm missing right here?
But even that position after queen g2, I find it hard to evaluate.
Yeah. But I think what we can say is, you know, ideally Magnus doesn't want to be pushed back like that, because the threat on f7 is off. And if he tries to play f4 to go queen h3, the move rook e3 will cover queen h3. So there's not even an obvious threat for Magnus next in this position. So I think maybe even like rook c5 might be a decent next move for black. Because,
yeah, and as white, you even need to be careful that you don't suddenly find yourself worse.
Right. Can't even allow rook c1, right?
Yeah.
So I think that might be enough to explain why he wasn't excited about g5.
Yeah,
in
I'm
this
with
position.
you. So h4, the chosen move. And is there any way now as black that we can fight against g5?
We could try to trade the knight before it even gets there with knight e5. Black could look for a piece trade. I think it's a pawn sacrifice. Probably at first glance, I'm probably sacking my b7 pawn with knight e5.
So let's have a look. If knight e5,
I think I would take as white. I think this bishop is more important.
Yeah, agreed.
Than the knight. I mean, if I could put my knight somewhere great, I would consider giving up the bishop, but I don't even have a great move for the knight. So here, here, here. How do we defend the A pawn? That might be too much to lose, huh?
What if I go a5?
Oh, I've got a fancy move here, I think. Queen
You want to
here.
trap me? I wanted to go bishop c3.
Right. And then I want to go bishop f7.
King takes.
Queen c4. We drag the king into an awkward position while winning a pawn, right?
Yeah, this looks very uncomfortable.
So then this endgame here is going to be, uncomfortable for black to play. Sometimes the rooks can outperform the queen, even down 2 pawns, definitely down 1 pawn, but the king would have to be tucked and white not have any good passed pawn. Here, black's really scrambling. Giri has just played rook to e7. Solidly defending.
Very solid.
Yeah.
Okay, solid, but it makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, let's go g5.
If we could play knight h4 here, that would be a fantastic move for white.
It. I mean, that square on f5. It's a tasty square. I mean, maybe we could try h5. Feels a bit slow, but...
Yeah, I mean, here...
Yeah,
sort of
I give up
dark squares
on that idea already.
So one option is just to tuck the bishop on b3. Take it off a hanging square before we start any more fights. It also allows us to avoid a trade when knight e5 comes in, right? Technically, bishop b3. Then if the knight comes to e5, we can keep our piece. We can dodge away to h2 or something random. and just keep more stuff on the board, right? Because the black pieces are a little bit awkward. They don't have their squares set up, right? The bishop on a1 doesn't really want to be there, but it can't go to f6 whenever white has g5.
I mean, it's interesting. I'm reading in the chat, or I was reading earlier that the Olympians, that the engine also kind of changed its mind a little bit. You know, at first when everyone was shouting blunder when Anish took the 2 rooks, it gave a bigger edge to Magnus than it does now. Yeah, this doesn't seem obvious at all how you continue to increase the pressure for Magnus.
Yeah. So, okay, so there's tucking here. There's maybe the idea of bishop d3, looking at queen f5. You know, you could make a different kind of weakness in black's camp by getting them to play g6. And then, of course, there's g5 right here.
Okay, let's have a look at g5.
So on g5, black's got either trade or play knight e5. Maybe trade and then play knight e5.
Okay, so if you take...
Okay, so takes. Knight here. Now rook e5 doesn't bother white at all. Knight e5. Queen e4, g6.
Yeah, but then suddenly, yeah, let's have a look at that, because it feels like with
tactic.
g6.
We threaten this.
Yeah.
G6 defended by the knight, f4.
Yeah, and if
And
the
the
knight
rook's
goes back,
undefended.
g6 is hanging.
Yeah, that's a win.
Yeah.
That would actually be just, I mean, a way to lose the game for black straight away. So there's no knight e5 here. Does black have bishop f6 now? Maybe.
Do I want to keep that knight? Do I have to keep the knight? Can I go?
I mean, I think we slightly want to keep the knight, but I'm not sure if we can.
Very messy.
Yeah. I want to play f4 for white, but I'm reluctant to sack the e pawn until I'm really, really winning.
Yeah. Yeah, because if f4, I guess black could take on g5 first, right? And then take. Yeah.
And g6 doesn't work out here because of rook g3 check. So our other option, the other direct move is queen f5, forcing this progress. And then here, there's only one move for black, I think, because g6 is threatened and quite annoying. But it's knight e5, and yeah, I'm not confident.
Okay, if I drop the bishop back.
Yeah. So now you're threatening f4 and g6. So
but
most
even,
obvious
I mean,
move would
even
be
after
G6 for
f4, I know. Sorry, I was gonna say even after f4, you can go back with the. But what if I play king h8? Is that insanity to bring my knight to g6?
Right. So then normally the idea for white is to use queen h3. So maybe we go like f4. Knight g6.
And then you push the f pawn. Now this is horrible.
Check here and add the f pawn, and here and here.
Yeah. This looks over.
Yeah, this one looks winning for white at this point. That's like the general thing that Magnus wants to try to achieve, is he wants to get a pawn to g6, and he wants to just advance these and take away more and more squares and get near the king. But we have to be careful about when we sack the e-pawn. We really have to have like a decisive threat before we play f4, because we open up our own king. At the moment, black doesn't have time to make any counter threats. So it's because f2, e3, these guys are guarding our king very, very nicely right now.
David, let's leave this game for now. Leave these guys to it.
I trust you.
And have a quick look. Let's go back here to the bird's eye view. I feel like we have to check in on Wesley and Vishy.
Yeah. And Wesley's actually been made to play a retreating move by Vishy. So I wonder if things are not going the way he wanted. From the last position that we had after 94, Anand played f6, covering the dark squares. Again, very, very human move, seeing some danger and avoiding it. Wesley takes space on the king side with f4 and forces the bishop to choose sides of the board. It was really good on e5. And then he's going to complete development with bishop d2. No, not yet. Knight d6. Back into the breach once more, but rook to d8. Challenging him and just threatening to win that pawn. And here he retreated. And that feels like the game would be nudging in black's direction.
Also, time has now evened up. Remember, in the early stages of this game, Wesley had a huge edge on the clock.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you're saying, the pieces are retreating, time is ticking down. And we have to remember, of course, he is down a pawn. And somehow it feels like things are not evolving in the direction that he would want them to.
Yeah, that's what I feel too. I mean, like, we could argue that bishop on g2 is still good and black's still struggling to complete development, but it's not like Wesley's played bishop d2, rook c1 or anything like that himself, right? So he doesn't really have any kind of noticeable advantage here. In exchange.
What I wonder is, what will Vishy do with this bishop on c8? Because that bishop on g2 is so annoying along that long diagonal.
Yeah, this piece is definitely taking a while, but I guess, I mean, ultimately it's, a6, rook b8, and then you bring it out. So
let's try and do that.
It's a slow untangle.
If I go a6.
He started with queen d7. Maybe pawn e4 is correct to say that pawn c6 looks dangerous. So let's see if there was a problem with a6, and let's see if it was c6. Threatening c takes b7. If pawn takes knight, there's queen takes rook. But pawn takes, bishop takes. What's the damage here? What's the problem? Oh, the queens are hanging. Hang on.
Oh my goodness.
Woo, slow down. The queen's on d7 in the game, but in our variation, the queens are hanging in case of c6. So black would surely try and take queens off the board, right?
I think they have to. He has to.
And now there's a pawn takes knight threat in some case. So maybe the knight would retreat. And then we can see that c6 did nothing, right? Black just comes out. Okay. Sorry. I don't even want to read chat.
I like how we both completely missed that.
I know chat's going to be saying something rude here, so I'm just going to skip 5 seconds of chat. So we'll play Anand's move, queen d7. And is c6 a threat here from white? It doesn't.
Well, it's just been played, right?
This is a threat.
It has just been played.
Knight c7 has been played first.
Sorry, knight c7, yeah.
So threats in the knight. Knight takes. Queen takes. Bishop d2. Don't worry, Captain Hare. I'm back to reading your silly drivel. A5, and now C6. Okay, so.
Okay, my first question is, what if I take the pawn?
It's a good first question. Why is he playing C6?
I just want to take that pawn.
What is Wesley up to in general here?
I'm not sure. I mean, I'm really impressed. I mean, this game was so hard to understand, but it feels like I really liked Wesley's position earlier, but then Vishy, you know, just seemed to defend really well. And now I look at it and I'm like, I'm now 2 pawns down for what exactly? I'm not sure.
Yeah. I don't know. We praised him for taking risks.
Yeah.
Not looking good at the moment.
I mean, this is, of course, devastating. I mean, I really hope Wesley doesn't lose today because I don't want him to feel like, well, I took risks and this is what happened,
right?
You know?
He's like, they say I don't take enough risks. Look what happens at the top level if you take risks, right? You take beatings. No, thank you. I'd rather draw 9 out of 10 games and be in the top 5 players in the world. Thank you very much.
And yeah, well, David, what we're gonna do, we're gonna let Vishy think about this one.
Okay.
And we are going to go on a short break, but very exciting day here at Norway Chess. Players giving it their all before tomorrow's rest day. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with all the coverage in just a few minutes.
Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 Candidates Tournament is coming this June. Watch the world's best players, including Alireza Firouzja, Ding Liren, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, and more. Timur Rajabov. The winner will get their chance to face Magnus Carlsen for the World Championship title, if he thinks they're worthy. The exclusive video feed will be right here on chess.com, so that will be some great coverage. You get to see all the facial expressions. That's definitely something missing from our coverage of this event. Sorry about that. Nothing we can do. You'll just have to depend on Fiona and I to bring some life to this with our faces.
On our facial expression.
Yeah, you'll have to depend on that for now. Who is commentating the Candidates Tournament is a very good question. I believe that we will have Papa Bear, Danny Wrench.
Oh, wow. I didn't know, actually.
Yeah, I think I saw that he had a plane ticket to Madrid. And if he's going all the way to Madrid, I figure he's going to do live in your face commentary.
Some breaking news here.
Yeah. That's my hope and dream for this candidates coverage.
We'll find out in a couple of weeks. But yeah, very exciting stuff coming up, but also exciting stuff today in Norway Chess round 4. Yeah. We have the bird's eye view open. I mean, there's really something going on in every game.
Yeah. DJ Pancakes is complaining about my little ad lib about if he thinks they're worthy. Can Magnus decline a match for the world championship? That's whack. I don't think that's whack. I mean, everybody can decide what they do or don't do. I mean, if you're world champion and someone challenges you for the title, you could always abdicate like Bobby did. It would be lame for us not to get to watch the match, but it's perfectly within your rights as world champion.
Oh, for sure. For sure. I'm really curious. I don't know if Magnus has made up his mind yet. So if in his mind, it's like, oh, if it's this guy or that guy, I'll play. If not, I don't. I guess time will tell, but there's more and more people, I think, who do believe him that he's not super eager, but we'll find out.
I believe him. I think it's the matter that preparing for the match is just a huge drag. I mean, there's been 3 months easily without playing in other tournaments, just preparing out openings. I mean, you're a chess player, Fiona. Would you rather prepare openings for 3 months without playing a single game? Or, there's a lot of things I'd rather do than that. Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people, raise it's a lot of money, but I mean, Magnus has enough money. He's proven himself. Like, I think he really is the kind of guy who would want to retire at the top as well. Yeah.
And also, I mean, like, Bobby Fischer never defended his title. Magnus has defended it 4 times at least. Yeah. I mean, he had a rematch with Anand, and 14. He had Caruana, Karyakin, and Nepo.
Yeah, 4 times.
At least 4 title defenses. I mean, it's not like he just like took the title and ran. If he feels like he wants to do other things, fine. He's a very active world champion. He plays blitz events, rapid events. Sometimes he streams.
He has also said he wants to go for 2900 rating.
Yeah. So he's giving us a lot, and I don't think we can demand what we think he should do.
Absolutely. No, I'm with you. Speaking of Magnus, G5 is on the board. Shall we return there, or where do you want to go?
Sure. Yeah, let's go there.
And we also see that Vishy will get to that next, that Vishy has indeed captured the pawn on C6.
Yeah. So G5 played by Magnus, and we had only looked at black capturing this pawn before.
If you don't capture though, then what?
But if we don't capture, what other options do we have?
Yeah, there he goes. Has just captured on G5.
Has captured. So we don't need to ask ourselves too much. I mean, I guess the reason I had assumed that black would capture is that white has 2 threats here, taking on H6 and G6. And I would argue that both of those moves make dramatic progress for white as far as opening up the black king to threats.
Mhm.
And the way I could see it going is once white plays g6 or gh6, the black king gets so weak that white, by directly attacking it, can make a threat that wins an exchange. And then white can grind out an endgame with queen against, knight and rook or something like that. So if both of those moves are threats, that explains black trading.
Yeah, I think it, I mean, the second, when you said we only looked at taking, and then I think we both looked at the position and we were like, yeah, but what else? Like, what are you gonna do? So he did capture. Magnus hasn't recaptured yet. We were looking at knight takes. Do you think pawn takes could be an option as well?
Yeah, we'd only looked at knight takes before. Is pawn takes an option? Yeah, because pawn takes, which we hadn't looked at, it does give you the idea of knight h4.
Yeah.
And then knight f5 or knight g6. And it also has the idea of g6.
G6, yeah.
So although what we looked at before was knight takes g5, it might be 50-50 between those two moves here. I mean, they definitely look like
both look tempting.
Yeah, mutual candidate moves.
If this was a blitz game, what would you go for? What would your instinct tell you?
If this was a blitz game, I would take with the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
You put me on the spot. I didn't know what my answer was going to be till it came out my mouth.
Yeah, but I think I'm with you. I mean, the threat of g6 and of bringing the knight to f5, like it feels like the knight can always jump forward, but the pawn feels like quite thorny on g5.
I think my concern with this move was knight e5. I think that's what I was like slightly worried about, and why I played knight g5 the first time is I wanted to get out of the way of a minor piece trade. Every minor piece trade actually makes it easier for black, because the less minor pieces there are on the board, the easier time the rooks have of fighting for squares and not running into a tactic where you lose an exchange.
Can I do something insane here? Probably not. I wanted to try g6.
Okay, beautiful. Love it. So we've got to try knight g6 in response.
Yeah, and then I was thinking queen h5.
Great. Great. I'm very happy to see this. So you're threatening the knight, and you're probably threatening knight g5, which looks really good.
Bar is not super convinced, but I'm not sure. I haven't found the defense yet.
So does the bishop matter? Not that much. This square is pretty painful. Oh, I think I see an idea. How about here? Rook c8.
Yeah, just when you said it, I...
And if you take the time to save your bishop, then I will take the time to set up the classic defensive knight to avoid the checkmates.
Yeah, I really did not want that knight landing.
And then this trade here will leave you short on juice as white.
Yeah. Yeah, here I might even be worse on me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I take back my g6.
Yeah. So knight e5 would be some kind of a move. Magnus, by the way, I think is like, just like Wesley today. He's thinking about a recapture. He played g5. He was like, it's time for g5. And knight g5 and pawn g5 look promising. We'll figure it out.
Later, yeah.
But, with g5, I mean, you could be pretty sure that Anish was going to take. So, it might make sense to prepare the response. But anyway, for those who want to keep track of the live position, it's right below Fiona. And we're going to keep analyzing some moves here. So let's see if we can find something else against knight e5. Looks like we have to trade something, huh?
What if I go knight h4?
Great. We'll try a trade, trade. Knight g6 is threatened. Got to use these pieces somehow. Maybe go to an open file. These moves, by the way, are not very considered moves, folks. But when you're trying to analyze and learn something about a game, especially a position that's not easy for you to figure out, it's not useful. It's not as useful or as quick to spend a lot of time trying to think of the best candidate move. It's better to try out a bunch of moves, and you'll start to notice something just by playing out some moves.
So here I was thinking either knight f5 or g6.
Yeah. I wish we could go knight g6 and then queen h4 without unpinning the f pawn.
That would be
Okay.
nice.
Let's put the knight, put the queen, and then g6 here. Honestly, I don't really feel like I've got a way to break through.
By the way, the chat is informing us that in the live position, one of the reasons that Magnus is probably also thinking is that apparently the top engine move is not recapturing at all, but going
What?
queen f5.
No. No way. Queen f5? Oh, that's another move that no one would think of. I mean, it's less of a move no one would think of, because I'll say that in this position, in addition to g5, I considered queen f5. I mean, this is just like a straight up main theme for white.
Yeah.
But g5 takes queen f5? It's not our engine's top move. It's some other engine's top move. Our engine didn't.
I guess Ceci. Yeah.
It's taking some time. It's creeping. So what's the idea against knight e5? It must be asked. The idea is against knight e5, then maybe now you could play knight g5 and there's no bishop f6.
Yeah. But knight g5, g6.
This is risky.
I'm not sure.
No, let's go here. It's less risky.
Okay, but here at least we save what you wanted to do, to save all the minor pieces.
Right. So here we're sort of threatening f4 for white.
Yeah.
Rook e8 is a move which might prevent that. And then I might need to retreat my bishop. Renew that f4 threat. I'm going to play king f8 for black to reduce that queen g6 thing being check.
But now the position feels very precarious for black suddenly. I would like to get my queen on the f file, or yeah, h5 also looks tempting.
So you're thinking queen f4 here.
I'd love to get to f6 first.
Yeah, let's throw this in, see if this does anything good for us. So this looks really scary for black, really scary for black. Yeah.
Looks terrifying.
Yeah.
I mean, queen f5, it's another of these moves that I think when you're so focused on how do I recapture, like that you can just lose, you know, the notion that there are other candidate moves at all.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. But the fact that he's thinking suggests, yeah, it might also be on his mind.
Yeah. And the Magnus, I mean, he's a guy, he's a shark, he smells blood.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked here if queen f5 appears.
No, it's very strong, you know, because on hg5, black's best defense is probably knight e5, trying to trade a piece, right? And on knight g5, black's best defense is going to be bishop f6, trying to trade a piece and bringing this piece back past the knight. But if you play queen f5 first, now, you know, you've got knight g5 or hg5. If black plays bishop f6, you switch to hg5. If black plays knight e5, you switch to knight g5. And either way, you discombobulate black's pieces. So the other major question would be, what if you just take on h4, right? Instead of committing to one of these piece moves. Unfortunately,
but now knight g5.
Yeah, unfortunately, the answer is very, very simple, or for Anish at least. Unfortunately, just you threaten queen g5, queen h7, and it's just done.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, I think let's go back to the bird's eye view, and we'll keep an eye on what Magnus is going to do. Oh, we had our first result.
We have our first
Timur
result.
Rajabov and MVL. Somewhat unsurprisingly, I think that was one game that was never really too far out of the balance.
Yeah. Nothing too exciting that we missed in the last couple moves. Very logical result there. I got my first prediction wrong. So I predicted Vishy to win that one with black. That was a little bit wild. So yeah, they'll be playing an Armageddon as explained under the time controls here. After a 20-minute break, they'll be back. 10 minutes to Rajabov, 7 minutes, and draw odds to Vishy Lagrave in the rematch.
Yeah. And well, maybe we can bring back the bird's eye view once again. Just oh, look at this, knight g5. Just as we come back to the bird's eye view, Magnus has captured with the knight. So either missed queen f5 or maybe didn't assess correctly, but yeah, knight g5. I mean, the white's position is still good, but maybe not as good as it could have been.
Yeah.
We'll come back. I think we'll go back there.
Yeah, we'll be back there at some point. We also have action in the Topalov Tari game, right?
Yeah,
Because
let's
D4
go there.
has just been there exploding that one. And the Wesley So game, I mean, it looks like he's struggling to prove a double pawn sacrifice at this point.
Where do you want to start?
Maybe Topalov and Tari. Yeah.
Sure.
We haven't been there for a little bit. So we can see the human plan: queen b1, queen to b3, applying pressure on b7 and d5 and connecting the rooks. And we see the point of this a5 move from Topalov. I mean, it's very, who would want to put your isolated pawn on a square where it's attacked, right? But he's preventing knight a5, which would cover b7 so easily. Does leave his rook kind of stuck. So
yeah, maybe. Yeah, I was gonna say maybe at some point in the future, but it's a very distant future. Maybe if the c pawn disappears, then the bishop from d2 can take care of the defense of that pawn. But no, that's a bit too much wishful thinking, I think.
I think that would be desirable. That's one of the things. I think your bishops are the pieces that suffer the most from having double pawns. Your rooks are the pieces that benefit the most because they get open files. But your bishops suffer the most because you would like to play c4 for the d2 bishop. But the c4 bishop has no way to accommodate that, right? Like if it backed up to b3 or a2, and then you played c4 for the d2 bishop, I mean, then the other bishop's in hell. I mean, right?
Also the other problem is if you go c4, suddenly b4 and d4 both become weak squares. So yeah, too many problems.
Just check really quickly why Topalov couldn't take the pawn on b7, because the point of queen b1 is partly to threaten that pawn, and looks like that would trap his queen.
Yeah. So the pawn could not be captured.
Yeah. So we get the queen coming to b3, but is it true? How much pressure is it really putting on b7 if it can't take? Rook a d8. So now how is the queen trapped if she takes on b7? Now it'll be a trickier trap. Queen b7, rook b8, queen a6, bishop c8. And as ordered, a trickier trap, but a trap nonetheless.
Yeah.
Okay. So white has sort of ramped up the pressure to the max and now plays d4. Like the magic computer knight d4 move that we learned about earlier today. If pawn takes pawn, rook takes rook, and you lose a piece. So d4 is partly based on this knight on d5 not being sufficiently defended.
But now an interesting move by Ariane, bishop c8, just dropping the bishop all the way back, saying, I'm not going to have to worry about that bishop hanging or about the pawn on b7 hanging any longer.
The bishop had just become good, right? That's kind of like the reason you put the bishop on f5 is because it'll be well placed when something happens in the center. And when the time comes, it retreats from it.
David, you don't look impressed.
I mean, yeah, I'm a little, you know, perplexed and disappointed because it's so hard to understand. And now, I mean, we have to calculate a lot of captures in the center. So that's hard work too.
Yeah. Okay. How do we go on about this? I mean, I feel like I don't really want to take on e5 with the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Because then suddenly the d file opens and my c pawns. But if I don't capture, then what do I do?
Yeah, if you don't capture, what do you do? I mean, that partly brings us back to a question of what did Topalov have in mind if Tari had advanced e5, e4 last move as well, right? And I'm not sure what he had in mind. And now when Tari retreats bishop c8, we again have to ask ourselves, right? If we don't take on e5, like if we try to increase the pressure, you know, rook d1 or rook e2 or something, what do we have in mind against e4? He might just have to trade.
Okay, so let's have a look at that. If we trade.
Yeah.
Okay, one.
I guess she needs to keep the knight defended. So let's try queen d6. Now, now is there a famous tactic? Bishop takes knight, rook e8, king h7.
Let's show that. It's very cute. Unfortunately, it doesn't work here, but this is a tactic that you need to remember.
You know, often this would be winning for white, but here black has this. And the rook and pawn ending is just barely drawn, just barely. You know, white's capturing first, but it's not quite enough to win. So does white have anything better than going for that, like bishop c1?
Okay, let's see bishop c1. Try and maybe reroute the knight, the bishop via a3, maybe.
So we truly threaten this. And against bishop e6, we can probably grab the pawn on b7. So
do we even truly threaten it? Because there will still be rook d1 in the end, right?
Still rook d1. So we're still not threatening it.
No.
One move to threaten that, one move to threaten. Oh, it's identical. Yeah, this is no threat. No. Wait. Maybe we're threatening bishop a3. And then when the queen moves, then we take.
That's
maybe.
Maybe. But then I can capture maybe with the rook back.
Right. Yeah. I was expecting c6 here to sort of lock down the knight's position.
But also, wait. No, don't mind me. Oh, apparently we have a result. I'm reading in the chat that Wesley and Vishy drew their game. Wow.
What?
Wow, that's a draw offer. No, they didn't offer. They repeated moves. That came out of absolutely nowhere.
Oh, I see how it could happen. Bishop f1 and then back and forth to g2. Because the rook is covering the moves bishop a5. And here it can't go to b6 because of bishop a5. I mean, it could. Black's up enough. You could look at exchange stacks, but you know, he played rook a8, bishop g2, hitting the pawn, rook here, bishop here, rook here. I mean, I have to wonder if black isn't just better if they let white take on c6. So like here, from Vishy's perspective,
How do we do it though?
Yeah. How do we do it? Because rook c6, rook c7, rook e6. He does have to. He's up 2 pawns, so he could lose a pawn, but he has to prepare to not lose to these rooks as well.
Yeah, because also then suddenly the bishops could become. And I think maybe, you know, it makes. I think at first I was surprised, but I mean, white was still quite active, right? Like, I think it's a lot easier to defend this for an engine than it is for a human being.
Right. Yeah, so we've got rook d6, we've got rook d7 as candidate moves from this position. Rook d6 allows bishop a5, so I think that's one thing that wouldn't have been, you know, exciting for black to let this bishop in. If you take on a5, d6 is hanging, so you play like queen d7. Bishop b4, maybe trying to trap the rook, d3, making space. It's messy.
It's really messy.
Yeah. Yeah, so rook d6, rook d7, another option, and you let white take and take and take like this, and then queen d8 or queen a7. I don't know. No, this one is
take
allowing
e6.
e6 to hang too. Huh?
I think the more we look at this, the more the decision makes sense.
I'm trying to throw a weird counterattack at white, but yeah, I mean, I'm not very convinced. You know, I'm not very convinced. It's a little scary not having a pawn on the second rank, because then your rooks have to cover all these ranks.
Yeah. Okay, so this game ends in a draw. A very exciting game between Wesley and Vishy, and they will reconvene in just under 20 minutes for the Armageddon. We still have 3 classical games going. I believe Rajabov against MVL should get underway any moment. But for now, maybe a very quick look at Wang Hao against Mamedyarov before we go over to the faster time control.
Yeah, and just to kind of sum up one takeaway from that Wesley versus Vishy game, I think that game may not be very encouraging for Wesley as far as playing in that risky style, right? Because it felt risky and he still just barely got a draw. He didn't get that payoff for the risk he took, and Anand defended well, and he may have felt like he was in some danger that game. And if he checks it with an engine later, the engine will also tell him that he was in some danger. So
hopefully, you know, hopefully doesn't check with an engine. Just don't check it, Wesley. It was great. You did great. Fans loved it. Keep doing this. Okay, so quick look at this endgame between Wang Hao and Shahryar Mamedyarov. Is Shah making any progress?
Interesting. So in this battle here, Wang Hao realized, of course, that the plan was going to be to pressure the C pawn. And what he wants to do is he wants to use C5 as an outpost to block that file. So you see him bring the knight to B3, and then look at the next knight heading to D3. And Shah says, oh no, let's not have that happen. Gets pushed here, bishop G6. If you try and box him out with F4, black plays bishop E4. It's very bad for white.
Yeah.
So now Wang Hao had to choose like a different way to fight here. So he goes after the isolated D5 pawn. Right, he's going to use knight E3 or knight F4 at some point here. I mean, I think he's still suffering a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the position doesn't look fun at all.
Black has bishop E4 as an answer. So like knight F4, bishop E4. And because he doesn't have F3 anymore, he gets a little bit stuck there.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I think this game, well, also, I just realized another problem with this game is Wang Hao is under half an hour. Schach still has over 50 minutes. That's quite a big lead on the clock.
Yeah.
And we're only on move 24, so still 16 moves to make until the 10-second increment kicks in.
Yeah.
So I think a tough defensive, or not, maybe not tough, but at least unpleasant defensive task ahead. And maybe a very quick look at Magnus again, Magnus and Giri before they start.
I would suggest that Hao maybe has a reasonable defensive move with Rook E3 here. Defending the C pawn from the side, and it allows you to play F3 against Bishop E4 later. So Rook E3 would prepare the move Knight F4. I think that might be his best defensive move in the live position. And now I will follow you to Magnus.
So we said earlier, or at least chat helped us out, that maybe Queen F5 was the best engine move. Magnus goes for Queen F5 now, but of course that's, oh no, wait. No, we don't have, I was hallucinating.
Okay.
I thought we already had a move.
Yeah. Oh, no, you're
no.
right. Queen F5.
So Queen F5.
Bishop F6 was probably the best defensive move for Giri. We didn't talk about this in depth, but I mean, what other way to conveniently or even reasonably prevent the threat of Queen F5? So he's going to go trade a piece. Queen F5 from Magnus is going to force that trade. The trade comes in quickly. Magnus, don't think too long on this recapture. It's got to be H takes G5 coming from Magnus.
Surely.
And yeah, I mean, now his game plan is based just around playing G6 and cracking this F7 square. It's much more linear defensive task for black, right? With one piece traded.
Yeah.
So Magnus is either, yeah.
Yeah, no, sorry. I'll let you finish your sentence, and then
I was going to say either he's directly, powering through and winning in this position, or there's not going to be a lot of room to, trick Giri into any misplays here. It's going to be kind of straightforward.
We'll find out. But first, let's go to MVL and Rajabov, who have started their Armageddon game. So the first game, very much in the balance. Let's see. What's your prediction, David, for this one? Let's try again.
Draw.
Oh, I already missed the 10-move cutoff. It comes too fast.
Oh, it comes so fast. We can't vote? No, we can't vote. Oh, they went fast.
So I'm going to predict a black win again. Let's try that again.
Wow.
Since
So, in the main game, he played the Grunfeld. He was looking for maybe some more excitement and fun. And, maybe thinking like if Rajabov has something super prepared against the Grunfeld, he's going to save it for the candidate. So I can just play the Grunfeld, and I don't, even if he has something, he won't use it. So I'm completely safe,
I know.
I can just run by, with my hands in the air, and he won't shoot me. So he goes for the Grunfeld, hoping that, if Raja's not willing to show his main idea against the Grunfeld, he can get, a more complicated, exciting game. He got an extra pawn, but never too close to a win. And now he goes, now that they're in Armageddon and he's got that draw odds very clearly, he just says, my Queen's Gambit accepted. I've prepared it up. And I think it's wonderful.
Okay, so we've caught up with the live position.
Yeah.
What do you make of this? Do you think White has a little something to work with, or do you think?
I do. I think Maxim's Queen D7 move might have got him a little bit tied up. I mean, I myself love to play moves like that, keeping the tension, right? Because if you take on F3, you bring your opponent's piece to a good square, right? So, or, the D2 knight to f3 and e5, whichever it is. So I love to play moves like queen d7, but I think after queen c2, he may have to trade, or he's come up with rook a7. But let me show you the key thing he can't do. Rook c8, queen c8, bishop c8 takes. That's what he can't do.
Because that's just two straight rooks.
Yeah, two straight rooks, and black passive, and white's got two files to work with. Black's got some tangled development. He cannot do that. So he came up with rook a7 to try and keep holding the tension. The other thing about taking on f3 is with the queen on d7, it's gotten worse, because now knight e5 will hit with the tempo.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, if he just says, oh, there's tension, you know, I can just sit here while he just sits here. No, white's going to play queen c7 next.
Yeah,
and you're really going to struggle badly.
We've had a couple of moves. So MVL went rook a7.
Oh, he got his dream, the queen on b7. The rook on a7 says, that's your dream, not mine, to the queen. But he got it.
Okay, now the good news for MVL is that some pieces at least have come off the board, but yeah, that rook is going to have to find a new home. If we're white, which pieces do we want to improve? The knight from d2, where does that want to go?
Exactly, the knight from d2, and I think it wants to go to c4, so you maybe want to play a4 to gain that square. Just a first thought. I mean, you can play a blah move like rook fd.
That's exactly.
And like, it doesn't make your position worse. I mean, it must make your position better, but does it put a lot of pressure on MVL? I'm not sure that it does. He's responded with rook d8 pretty quickly. And yeah, the 3-minute time advantage is now 2. That's about in keeping with the advantage as far as how much time they've used. The ratio is pretty similar.
And MVL offering another trade, this time a trade of queens makes a lot of sense, also opening up that rook from a7. I like this move a lot.
Yeah, that looks like a move he really wanted to get in.
Yeah.
As soon as the knight came off d2, he pounces on that. And one interesting thing I've seen from, unfortunately, seeing a lot of Queen's Gambit accepteds in the last 2 super tournaments is that just leaving the knight on b8 can be very, very strong. Defending a6, keeping the white knight out of c6, which imagine if this knight were on b7, we're on d7, and white played knight c6. I mean, you'd be crying.
That'd be trouble.
So I saw this first from like a Wesley So game. I'm sure a lot of other 2700s have used this, and it's not like an original thing, but you can leave the knight on b8 often to good effect in this opening, and trade a few other pieces first while leaving it there.
Yeah. Okay, so the queens come off. I mean, this has to be a really good development for MVL. We see the bar still a tiny bit in white's favor. I guess just white has, a bit more space.
But look, I mean, white's got nothing but blah moves, rook fd1, king f1. This position here is a huge win for MVL, Queen's Gambit accepted enthusiasts, and draw lovers everywhere. I mean, they are all celebrating.
They're having a party.
We traded a queen on e4. White's playing moves like king f1. We'll play king f8.
And also, I mean, what's also good news for MVL, a second ago, the 3-minute time deficit became 2, and now it's just 1. So
yeah, so he's very comfortable on the clock. He can avoid getting flagged. And one of the main issues, I think, for Black in these Armageddon games and this format is like, how complicated is the game versus how much time do you have left? Almost more so than the time disadvantage, right? It's like, do you have enough time on the clock to handle how much complexity is on the board? And here, I mean, you'd be looking a long time to try and find the complexity. So Maxime should be able to play relatively quick moves without risking blundering the game. And even if he blunders a small advantage for white, if he's playing quickly and has some time on the clock, he can defend a lot of those end games.
No, I'm completely with you. I mean, MVL couldn't have hoped for more really out of out of that opening, especially earlier when he had to do all this weird, starting with Queen D7, Rook A7, it did look a lot more uncomfortable than it does now.
So I'm going to do a quick click, everybody. We're just going to see that Wesley and Anand haven't started. Good. Just keeping an eye on that. Carlsen and Anish. Okay, he's just recaptured, and nothing's happened yet with G6 that we've missed. Topalov, Tari. Let's see what they actually played in their game. Rook to E4. I think Chess Lover told us Rook E4 would be a Topalov move. I don't know what that move is about. I don't know what that move is about. What an absolute shocker. I think he had some idea like F5. He wanted to play Rook takes and sack the Rook. And then I don't know exactly how it was. Maybe he was thinking something like this, Bishop F4. And because the knight can no longer capture on F4, you can use this sack on E5. I think he gave some variation like this.
Crazy. That's a crazy line.
Which the computer loves too. So Rook E4, and I mean, a line nobody would like probably would be Bishop F5, Rook E1, Bishop C8.
No, let's hope not. Okay, we'll find out. Ariane is still thinking. We'll go back also. King Chess in the chat is asking, can we go to Magnus? We will, of course, go back to Magnus's game, but at the end of this Armageddon, at the very least. And then actually the next one will start, I guess, right after. So Rajabov, how does he get any winning chances here?
So he's looking to double on the C file. And to do so, he had to play a slightly awkward move, Rook E1, so as not to lose material to E5. If you just start doubling, right? Like without paying attention, then oops.
That would be.
You can put that extra half point in MVL's column.
Yeah.
So Rook E1 is his choice. He's going for doubling on the C file. In my experience, the C file is worth slightly more than the D file in these positions because it's one step further away from the kings. So a little bit harder for the king to participate in controlling the entry points. And, the knight's still stuck on B8. So he's gonna successfully double. He won't be able to play Rook C6.
So what do we do with that knight on B8? Does that knight just stay there?
Yeah.
You're doing great, knight. You're covering A6. You're covering the entry square on C6. You keep doing what you do.
Yeah, exactly. You just do what you do. And you wait there until there are no rooks on the board until knight comes to C6, and then you trade it.
Exactly.
And that may be kind of like the idea of what white wants to do is like, let's say black just does something like this. Then at some point, he's going to be looking for knight C6, bishop F6, knight F6, rook C6, right? That's like the big, amazing genius accomplishment for white. We get in here and there's no knight on B8 to defend it.
Yeah.
However, I mean, I think rook D6,
D6.
And it's basically equal, rook C7, rook D7, king E7 coming. So
no, this ain't it. Whatever, I don't know what it is for Rajabov, but this isn't it.
Okay. So we'll see. I mean, he probably knows some other ideas beyond that one. So MVL trades a piece on G5. He's like, let's get on with it. Simplify some more. He's got 2 minutes left. Bishop C3. Okay. Yeah.
Now what? How do we?
If king E8, bishop A5. You could lose in one move here.
That's something. That is something. So MVL does need to be a little bit careful.
Yeah. And otherwise, bishop B4.
Yeah.
Okay. That's some annoyance. We can't play rook C8 or rook C7 because of bishop B4 check. Notice he never played this bishop C3 idea until king F8 was played.
Yeah.
In any other position, if you play bishop C3, black can play rook C8, and now you're looking at more trades. Start to come up. So he may have had this idea for a while, and as soon as the king's on f8, he plays this. It's very sneaky. Rook e8 check, blocks. I think he goes to a5, keeping more pieces on the board. Oh, MVL just tells him like, hey, man, we're in the drawing zone. And the bishop gets tucked away. And MVL just comes back to f6 and says, I'll trade.
Yeah. So I would like to keep the knight to keep the game alive, and that's what he does. Knight f3.
You're right. I gotta
because
say,
MVL has dropped under a minute now. So
yes, he did a great job of figuring out a defense to Rajabov's trickiness there. I wouldn't have found it. I would have probably just died right there, but it cost him a full minute. So now he's in the danger zone suddenly.
And this knight from b8 is still doing its job.
Still doing its job.
Can we go knight d2 and try and jump into e4?
Yeah, that looks a little bit worrisome right now. This game is suddenly getting very dangerous for Maxime. The poison is showing up, and now there's a threat to trade and play rook c8. The poor knight, it's still there.
Yeah, I mean, this is suddenly, what do we do? Do we have to go rook?
I was just calculating bishop d8. I don't think it works. I think bishop b4 is sort of killer.
So bishop b4?
Yeah.
You have to go bishop e7?
Oh, and then rook e8, king e8. Okay. Bishop b4, bishop e7, knight e5.
Wow.
Bishop b4, bishop e7, knight e5. Bishop takes on b4, and then you play rook takes knight on b8, removing the defense of the rook on d7. That wins a clean pawn for white and puts a lot of pressure on black.
But what is Timo thinking about?
Oh, he just traded. He can win a pawn on e5 this way too.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the simple way.
Is still trapped. Wow.
I think MVL, there's no way you survive this on 10 seconds.
He's done.
Even
10
20.
seconds, he's done. You cannot.
No.
Oh, rook on the 7th rank. Everybody's trapped. Now you just grab a bunch of space. Whew.
No, this is over.
Yeah. That's it. Wow.
Is the game over?
No, there's still a move or two limping in. GF4, EF4, F5, rook H7. Just there goes a pawn. King into the center. Beautiful technique. Oh, he won't let the king come out. B4. Just cruel from Raja. Cruel.
And then we don't know if MVL resigned or flagged. But wow, that was, I mean, this is Timo's first win in this tournament, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But what a game. I mean, this was just
that was delicious. The evil of that bishop c3 idea.
Yeah. Let's very quickly go to Wesley So against Vishy, because they have very interesting position on the board as well, and later we'll be able to come back.
They have kicked things off. It looks like another symmetrical English, repeating the c4, c5.
Oh, Timo did beat Ari and Tari. Is that correct? That is correct. Right?
Oh, in Armageddon. Yeah.
Yeah,
because he had white there. They drew the regulation.
And
he won the Armageddon. Absolutely correct.
Thank you for correcting me. Who was that? Furry Jester. Thank you. Okay, so what's going on here? What is this absolute mess?
G takes h5. What just happened there? Oh, there was a pawn sitting there this whole time for white. No, it just got there. And Anand just takes it. And he says he's just going to throw it at h4. Break up white structure as well. Nope, wrong. Bishop h5, queen h3, queen h2. But queen h2 is played first to prevent that without the queen trade. Rook c8, taking the open file. Wesley dodges away. The moves are coming so fast, folks. It may be hard to see, but rook c8. If white traded, then black would have gotten the c file with the queen. So either way, Anand gets the file, and his position looks good. Wesley, uncharacteristically, is on the risky side of this again. He's looking at landing some shot against the black king on the f file.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping if I'm in time to take h5, go bishop g4, but Vishy is not
Yes.
giving me much time.
Yeah, that was kind of like the big idea right here. A move
Yeah.
ago would have been queen h5, rook takes d3, bishop g4. There's rook g3, unfortunately,
Yeah.
right? And you can try fe5, looking for some tactics from the rook. But, it's definitely risky for white with the rook coming through the center here. So he played bishop e2 to keep the rook back. Anand played bishop b5, going after d3. We see 1 minute of time lead for white.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and the d pawn falls anyway. And the computer suddenly says that white is completely winning. And queen f3 is played, threatening mate in 2 on f6 and f8.
Wow.
And bishop takes bishop.
Queen f3.
Wesley just
What a
pounces on that move.
I mean, we're losing a piece, right?
It seems so. And against normal moves, he wouldn't have been in time. With normal moves, he wouldn't have been in time, right? Like bishop g4, queen f7, and white can just collapse.
There is nothing. That's crazy. Queen f3, what a move.
Queen f3. And
maybe Wesley will be walking away
feeling
feeling maybe risky chess is the way after all.
Maybe after all, because this position looked very risky too.
Yeah. Okay, the game is still going, but Wesley has won a full piece. He's up a minute and a half. That really should be that. Of course, Vishy will fight.
Yeah. Yeah, it's rapid chess. He's got 2 pawns for the piece. So you're gonna play out most things in rapid chess. I mean, you really have to be in an elementary loss, I think, to resign one of these games. So he plays a6 to keep the b pawn undefended. If white could put the pawn on b5, then it's easier to just keep everything defended on both sides of the board. A good practical move. Then he goes after the pawn. Bad, by the way, would be a5, trying to trade pawns to reach an endgame where the bishop doesn't have enough to beat you, because you make a pass pawn for the opponent. You can't handle that. So a6 is actually how you try to draw this sort of a situation from the bad side. And now he goes after b4.
Now, what do we do? Can we go something like queen e2 and just try and take on a6?
Ideally, you want to either defend your b pawn or attack the black king. He's gone bishop c4. Tactic. Oh, wow. What a fantastic move, Wesley.
What a move.
Queen c4 would have been made into again. f6, f8. Rook f3, bishop e6, and the rook can't get back to eliminate the b4 pawn, right?
That's beautiful. Bishop c4, here, what a move.
Here. Oh, that's actually happening in the game. Bishop c4, because everything's attacked, he has to take something. And the key is he can't trade off that b pawn. And if he trades rooks, then it's very easy. White just goes bishop c4, bishop a6, and walks the game home. So he goes after the other pawn. It gets defended. White's looking at rook c2 or a2 to c7. He's going to go to b3. Here, we get a pawn trade. He's got to play rook b7 probably. Okay. Anand came out of this okay. He survived another big blow from Wesley, and he has not yet caved.
So there was a question in the chat. Can Anand hold this? It's a great question.
Yeah. Probably.
I mean, it's not immediately obvious. How do we make any progress at all if black just sits?
Probably like a 60% chance that Wesley wins, 40% chance that Anand draws or something like that.
Those pieces are just jumping, right? That's not.
Yeah, I don't.
That's not you.
That's not me. I'm not doing that. Let me try and reload and see if we can get a clean board.
Okay, so the way to make progress is to go g4, g5, I guess. Yeah.
It's one of the only things I see. You could also go for a rook trade at some point, maybe. I don't know if that would work, but I mean,
or to go for mate with bishop e6, rook g8.
Oh, and he stops bishop e6. And now maybe you could have like a Zugzwang in a position like this, right?
Yeah.
Like if you play g4 or bishop g4 or something, what does black do? Bishop g4. Yeah. Oh, Wesley found an evil way.
Wow. No, this
Oh, that's
must
it.
just be winning, eh?
That's it.
And Vishy resigns. That was some incredible technique by Wesley in the end when it looked like, how are you going to make progress like this?
Yeah.
Easy
What a
peasy.
plan. I was going to say the weaknesses you can go after are either f6 or h7, and they're hard to access. But he found this idea of building a mating net around the king. And then a Zugzwang to.
Also, David, White's dominance continues. That's 2 out of 2 again for White today.
Yeah.
What are the, I've lost track of
The full score for the whole.
I mean, has Black, I think only twice did they come out victorious, either with the draw or I thought, or is it more than 2? But it's not many.
Yeah.
David,
All right.
I
We'll have
think
to look it
now
up.
with the Armageddon done and dusted, we still have 3 classical games going, but we are going to take a short break and then we'll come back with the final part of this round here at Norway Chess. So don't go anywhere and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of Norway Chess 2022. We have 2 draws behind us, 3 classical games to go, 2 more wins for white in the Armageddon, scored by Wesley So in fantastic fashion against Anand. Rajabhat very sneaky against MVL to get that extra half point there. And a lot of eyes now on Magnus Carlsen versus Anish Giri.
Yeah, Magnus Carlsen, he is pressing and it looks like he is getting somewhere. I saw in the break you writing in the chat that you weren't sure how he is winning. I'm not sure either. I just saw that the bar shot all the way into the sky.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at that.
It's one thing to have an eval bar in your favor, but you definitely have to actually have a position that a human can tell is winning on the board before I think people can start assuming that he's going to win. People are already talking about what the standings are going to look like after Magnus's win. I love him as much as anybody, but I mean, I think this is a bunch of reading the engine bar.
Yeah, well, someone was saying, actually, Mr. Lama, who we welcome to the chat, was saying the queen will clean up the A and B pawns and then the A pawn can run. So the B pawn we will pick up. And then the question is, how easy is it to pick up the A pawn?
Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of this rook H5 move. I did not know where it came from. It didn't make any sense to me at all. Like I don't know what Anish had in mind with that. But I did think that after he did it, that Queen C7 looked reasonably strong. Again, I'm very far from knowing that somebody's winning here. But it does look like Queen C7 should pretty much win a pawn here. Although, I mean, you know, Rook B5 and still tricky. I remember watching Magnus versus Nepo, the game 6 that went like 100+ moves. And I myself, about 6 different positions that game, thought, okay, now this end game is a win for white, and here's like how you just win it. And Nepo kept coming up with defenses. I mean, absolutely epic. And I would guarantee you that none of us would have won that game against Nepo.
100%.
Even though, you know, even though half a dozen times I was ready to say, okay, black just loses, you know, what is there left to talk about?
No, I mean, it's crazy the way these guys just keep like asking questions. And I think in that game, as you say, it's such a good example to show even of the best will crack eventually, you know, like, okay, in that case, maybe it was winning. But yeah, those positions that are on the edge, especially against Magnus, I mean, he's just so relentless and he is never gonna be like, okay, I tried the best I could, let me, you know, take the draw and go home. It's like, no, like he'll go home when there is zero zilch left to try.
Yeah. So against Rook B5, like, you know, let's see if any of us without pressing spacebar can find a way to make progress for white. I'm thinking maybe the move Queen E7, but even as I say that, you know, I still see Rook B6 as a possible defense there. You know, I'm not sure that we make any special progress at that point. You know, I was threatening Bishop F7, Queen E8, not very sneaky. And if the rook went on the other side of B3, I was planning to slide back like this at some point and cut the rook off from the rest of the board, and then, you know, maybe clean up the queen side. But I don't have a plan against Rook B6, actually. Don't know what I'm doing.
So let's see, Rook B6.
I mean,
is there any way in, yeah, I was just gonna say that. Is there any way in which we can start rolling those pawns? Or maybe even, I'm seeing Frozen Engine, bring the king up. Actually, that's an interesting idea. Just bring the king all the way up.
Like all the way to here and try and win the knight with our king? Yeah. Maybe
a combination of those, like just the king and the pawns.
I mean, it's true that if we could get an uncontested pawn on e6 or e7 here, that would probably break black's position. So maybe a simple approach is like, bishop b3 and then just push the buddies.
The problem is that black is just completely paralyzed, right?
Yeah.
You can really only move
Can't
that
move
one
these.
rook. Yeah.
And if we ever defend f7 in order to free up these pieces, we sack the queen side to do so. So yeah, black is pretty frozen. Maybe it is just inevitable. Maybe it is just inevitable that eventually Magnus adds the e or the f pawn up there and wins the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's very little doubt in my mind that that Magnus will win this game. Maybe we can move on from here briefly because Wang Hao is getting dangerously low on time. He's only got 6.5 minutes left on the clock.
And he's lost an exchange.
Oh, I didn't even.
I mean.
Yeah. Let's go back, see how that happened.
Looking at the pieces, this does not look right. So in this position, he played knight f4. This is where I said rook e3 maybe. And I said that bishop e4 would be a decent answer to knight f4. Let's see how that happens. So his idea was knight d2 here. If knight takes c3, that's not what Mamedyarov did. It'd be takes and take b4. Takes, hitting the rook, takes here, and we cover b4 from the side.
Yeah.
Now, black's a little bit better here. Black's a little bit better with the bishop versus the knight, with some weaknesses for white on h3 and b4. We could maybe allow a combination here that people will find exciting. So we can maybe allow this combination.
But what if we start with knight d5?
And then win the rook ending off of 2 active pieces, right? This is probably completely. So you're saying maybe knight d5 first would be correct.
But you have a check on c1.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you're right. That saves white from losing, right? You make black trade one of these active rooks for this bad rook.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm not going to lose, but at least not in this horrible rook ending.
Yeah, no, that was a great defense. Great defense. So he didn't go for that. What did Mamedyarov do here? He played bishop d6. Knight takes, bishop takes here, knight c5, bishop d2. So he wins the pawn on c3.
And that's a big pawn. So is this when he gave up the exchange?
And Wang Hao rather give the exchange. Which is a bit of a surprise as well, right? But where could we put this piece?
Rook e2. Can take.
We could do something like this. At the end, it's a real problem that the knight always hits our rook at the end. Because otherwise, knight a6 would be no major problems. But we have to do this. And then maybe black plays a5. And we're definitely down a full pawn.
But interesting that he decided he'd rather go for the exchange down position than for this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. The exchange position feels kind of lost to me. So he's played a4, rook a8, knight d7, fishing for knight b6. And the rook won't be able to defend a6 and d5. Rook hd8 played. And now we get knight b6 anyway.
By the way, David, we can come back here in a second, but I just want to take you back to Magnus's game for 1 second, because I think you're going to be shocked by the move that Anish just played. Oh,
You're right. You're right. That is a real surprise. Makes a lot of sense, though, because it unfreezes the pieces just a little bit, right? Like it gives you room for the king, but it's got to be losing because he's giving up both pawns on the queen side while the rook's trapped on h5. I mean,
so what did we just take on b7, I guess, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. Just take on b7. What more do we want, right?
Yeah.
What more do we want than just, you know, taking 2 free
Clean
pawns?
up all the pawns.
Yeah.
And I was reading earlier in the chat that this is gonna make it, if Magnus wins, it's gonna make it 2 classical wins in a row for Magnus, which I guess means that Magnus beat him in Vikings this year, which I should really know because
Oh, he did. He did with his world championship prep in the Catalan.
Oh yeah.
Very, very fine game by Magnus.
Yeah. So Magnus, I mean, he is hungry. You know, we talked earlier. We're not sure if he wants to defend his world championship title, but I don't think that means that he's done with chess. I think. No.
I mean, if anything, I think it's because he wants to play more chess, and the world championship requires you to prepare for a long time instead of playing. I really think it's not an anti-chess thing. It's he just doesn't enjoy the slog and the amount of time that goes into that prep when he's got more chess to play. Yeah,
I mean, as you were saying, he has defended his title 4 times. He's been playing world championship matches pretty much nonstop for almost 10 years now. So I think it's hard for anyone to put ourselves in his shoes and understand just how time consuming and how, I was about to say tedious. Maybe tedious isn't the word, but I think a lot of that opening work is quite tedious, even if it's the second doing, you know, the heavy lifting. But yeah, no, Magnus, I think he still has some goals, and we'll see. I mean, I'd be happy to see him play another match, but I wouldn't be shocked or devastated if he didn't.
Yeah. I mean, let's think. I mean, there may be some chess historians in chat who will be able to fill out this question for us, but who has defended their title the most times, and how many times was it, right? Like, how many title defense matches has anybody played? Botvinnik played a lot of world championship matches because he had a rematch clause. So when he lost the match, he would get to play an extra match, right? But in terms of just matches played where you defend your title, right? Has anyone defended it much more than 5 times? I mean, Kasparov played against Karpov, 85, 87, 90, Anand 93. Obviously Kramnik eventually. Did he defend it between Nigel Short? Anand?
Yeah, then that's where it gets murky, right? So
he played at least 6 world championship defense matches, did Gary. His PCL matches do count, in my opinion. His matches with Short, Anand, and Kramnik, I definitely count those as world championship matches. 1984 and 85, he was not defending, he was the challenger. But I guess he played about 6 matches, and Botvinnik defended his title against Bronstein, Smyslov twice, Tal, and Petrosian. So at least 5 title defense matches for Botvinnik. But, you know, once you get into the range of 5 or 6, I bet that's pretty close to the record. Kasparov and Botvinnik would be my 2 guesses.
Maybe that's something Magnus can still aim for, you know, get those. Yeah, I mean,
if he wants to have the motivation, maybe just try and get the record on that, maybe. But I mean, if it's sucking up your time and your love, then, you know, at some point you do have to just move on. But
for sure.
Yeah.
So Zina is saying that Lasker, Karpov, and Gary all had 6 if you don't count only undisputed.
Yeah. Right. He's saying if you count like PCL matches, even when there was a FIDE rapid knockout thing going on. And Lasker obviously was world champion for the longest time, but he's sort of famous for not defending his title as opposed to for defending his title. You know, he ducked his best challengers for many years. Well, that's one perspective on it. You know, another perspective is he was trying to secure proper funding for a title match. And, you know, world champions now like Magnus, who is rich, can partially thank players like Lasker and Bobby Fischer, who insisted that the world champion should be making money, and they had to fight for that in a certain way.
Yeah, for sure. No, I mean, anyway, time will tell. But as you're saying, that's a lot of matches. He's up there with the people who have played most and defended the title the most times. For now, let's come back actually to the tournament. Maybe we should quickly check in with Veselin Topalov and Aryan Tari. We haven't been there in a while. And it looks like Aryan has done a fantastic job of defending this game.
Yeah. Maybe for a moment, my mouse briefly stopped doing anything. But we've got the game on board now that we wanted. Now they've had to play a bunch of moves quickly because they were starting to really push the limits of how much time you can spend on the first 20 moves of the game. So after rook e4, Aryan recognized Topalov's idea of playing the rook sack on e5 if the f pawn moved. And so he just played king h8, pawn e5, knight e5, rook e5, queen e5. White's achieved almost nothing different with rook e4, delaying the trades, just that the king stepped off and the f7 pawn,
yeah,
is a little less
queen
defended.
drop back.
White gives up the prized bishop pair to get the queen to b6. Black looks still hanging in there very nicely.
Yeah, I think, I mean, Aryan really has done fantastically. There was this one moment with this computer move, knight d4, which was just incredible. But other than that, I mean, it felt like Veselin always had some pressure, but that Aryan just dealt with it really, really well. What do you think Veselin can still try here?
Let's see. I mean, b7 is not going to be enough. It's keeping that bishop on c8 a little passive. If you could put your queen on e4, you could try and force a weakness on the king side. And rook e7 would be the other move that could make progress for you. But I assume queen c5, rook e8.
So let's see. Queen
would be
c5,
a defense.
Rook e8. Do I have any tricks with bishop f5?
Yeah, I was wondering about that. And I think check allows black to trade here.
Oh, but don't get mated.
Oh my goodness. I was going to, and someone just took that rook out from under my mouse. Like you've got voice command of our producer's computer. Okay, well, that's a worry. Queen c5 has just been played. Well, what am I even doing here? Why am I giving this check all right. We'll just hang out on the back rank and defend things.
Okay.
We'll forget about threats.
Okay, if I go... It's hard to find something. That was my only trick, David. I just wanted you to fall for my mate. Now I've got nothing.
I was 1 millisecond away from doing it when you gave the warning. But yeah, I mean, black's like back there on the back rank, but they just don't really have weaknesses. And It's hard to press this position. The busted structure on the queen side keeps you from advancing pawns to b5, b6, there are some ways to use a space advantage in an endgame also, right? Like you get a pawn to b6, you put a rook or a queen on c7, you threaten some breakthroughs, but it's just not very dynamic for Topalov here. So live position is queen c5, and we expect...
I think the only way in which Topalov can get anything is if Aryan starts spending too much time. Like if this comes down to a scramble, then maybe I'd be worried. But I feel like Aryan has got this. I think he will hold.
Oh, I think I know what he'll do against rook e8 though. He'll trade once and just advance queen d6, just constricting just a little bit, right? So in this line here, just take it, and then come just a little closer, just a little closer. And the queen has this checkmate, so we can't come out to d7 or e6 to challenge.
Okay, what will you do if I just start waiting king g8? If I do nothing at all?
Yeah, king g8. Fine. So what are... I mean, there's two questions. Does black have any way out? And does white have any way to make progress if black simply sits here now and plays king h8, king g8, king h8, king g8? I suppose, in theory, if black had really no counterplay, you could try to make progress for white by putting a pawn on f6. Now, you'd have to trade a pawn on g5 and then a second pawn on f6, and your king would probably get perpetual checked as soon as you move the f and g pawns up the board. But in theory, if we put our king on f1, maybe to cover the queen's penetration, we could maybe then go f4, king f2 to get off the
thing is also, now that the king is on g8, I'm covering f8, right? So I could consider
queen d7 now, right? Maybe try and come out. Yeah. And I hadn't even gotten around to figuring what I was going to do about that.
The funny thing is, when you said queen d7, I was like, yeah, but actually what I had been thinking was queen e6 and then back rank again.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's still several things you can't do. This is one of them. And queen f8 is the other one. You can't just force the queen out like this because of bishop h7. So that's different flavor for everybody in chat. That's
like a puzzle rush.
So yeah, maybe queen d7. I wonder if you can play c5, and if this trade, if you lose your pawn or if it's good, black can play c5 to cut it off and bring the king, but they have to avoid bishop f5 check. So I don't...
David, I'm going to once again take you away from here. First of all, just for 1 second to go to Magnus and show everyone Magnus has just eaten all those queenside pawns.
Yeah. So we saw the first one get munched last time we were over here talking about his world championship match. And after bishop b3 here, Anish just played g4, leaving the other one to go. I mean, he could have played a6 and tried to make more of a struggle of it, right? I don't know, but there it went.
Where is that g pawn running, I wonder?
Yeah, I don't know. It stopped. It stopped. Now queen d4. What's he trying to set Magnus up for? Some kind of a trap? Like queen d4, king here.
I mean, it's hard to see, but even if you get
queen g4, rook here, bishop c2. What does he think? Like Magnus is going to take with the bishop or something? I mean, this move would win.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's hard to see any tricks.
Is this a trap, or can you just take it?
Eat another one.
Maybe rook f6, so that if you take it, the king's not on that diagonal. And now your knight's super well defended, and you can start moving it to g5. That would be a counterattack.
Okay. You're still breathing.
I think bishop d1 should deal with the counterattack. No, there's rook d8. Bishop e6 then. Also rook d8. That's okay. Bishop here. That looks okay to me.
Mm-hmm.
But Magnus is not going after that pawn. So after taking both pawns over here, king g7, he's now played e4.
Finally, that pawn starts running. I mean, Anish is still pinned along the 7th rank, and it's hard to see. I mean, the king will have to come out. But then what? I mean, where do you want to? There's no safe place for this king.
Yeah, I mean, he's got no pawns to cover him, and the bishops and queen are unchallenged on the diagonals. Yeah. So every diagonal needs to be covered by the pieces, which restricts your activity.
Yeah, no, I think this is just a matter of time. And I wanted to then go to Wang Hao, because I'm not quite sure. I think Wang Hao might have found some kind of stubborn defense, but he has absolutely no time, under a minute on the clock.
Ooh, bishop takes c3 from Mamedyarov. But it gives up that amazing passed pawn. That was a little risky. He cleans up the passed pawn, but now he's down to pawns on one side of the board. Oh, that is hard to win. That is hard to win. Yeah, the difficulty level is indeed very high for Mamedyarov to win this. With his extra exchange, he lost the battle on the queen side. He had an extra exchange 3-on-3, and he lost all 3 of his pawns.
Yeah, that's crazy. Something, I don't know where it went wrong, but something went wrong. Somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay, but what here? What if he goes rook d3?
Okay. It's his move. He can go rook d3. So looking at this pawn here.
Mm-hmm.
And that's awkward. The bishop doesn't even have anywhere good to go. Rook d3 has just been played. You called it.
I mean, it's the obvious move, right?
To you and to Shock, yeah. Yeah. I was just feeling like, oh, this looks hard. I hadn't come up with any moves.
Because now where does Wang Hao go?
Bishop here. Oh, I see a possible defense. Yeah.
Oh, you want to trap me?
So now he's going to go like bishop c1. And if you take on h3, he'll play bishop e3, and the rook will be weird. It
will be lost, yeah?
Yeah, so bishop b2.
Oh, wait, can I? Okay, let me see. Can I take on h3?
Mm-hmm.
Is there any way out there?
Maybe rook h4, king g3, g5.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It looks a bit awkward, but maybe it works. And then follow it up with h5.
Yeah, h5 can bust you out. Rook b4 is a threat as well. Also, once the king's on g3, you can get out through h1 if you want and go anywhere you like. So that's the decision facing Mamedyarov right now. Does he play rook h3 or does he play rook b4? I think you need to get rid of a pawn on the king side if you can. So my instinct without calculation is you pounce on h3, but he's got 20 minutes on the clock and he'll definitely figure this out.
For sure. And yeah, I mean, what are the chances, David, do you think? Well, I'm wondering, will we get another Armageddon? But I hope for Arian's sake that he will be able. I think he's done so brilliantly until now. I think that one will come down to the wire here. I'm very curious. I think Shach will win it. I think it's just so hard to defend with under a minute and just 10 seconds increment.
I mean, our first look at rook h3 was pretty convincing to me.
Yeah.
And then On top of that, the time situation as an extra challenge for how to try and find some difficult moves in the end game. Yeah, I would guess that Mamedyarov is winning this one.
Okay, let's jump back again, maybe to Topalov, see if he's making any progress.
F4 was played. That doesn't look like much progress to me. Queen D8, King F2. Yeah, another slow burn coming. Another slow burn coming, maybe.
So what's his plan? To just start pushing those kingside pawns, or how does he want to make progress?
I'm not sure what the plan is, or if there is a plan, but okay, here's one element. If your king could come to B6 with everything traded, you might be able to win a king and bishop versus king and bishop endgame.
That's interesting, yeah.
So, like, let's say you recapture the rook on E3 with your king, right? And then, you know, queens trade on E5 or D4 and you get king D4.
Yeah.
That might be like done. Like, you black just can't do anything. So look at Tari bringing the king from H8 suddenly, right? Like,
yeah.
Hang on a moment. Like, I can't even chase this queen out of D6 or wherever it is if the white king is coming to B6.
Yeah. Yeah, and Veselin did go for the rook exchange. Queen D6. So he will be looking to get that queen trade in the most favorable conditions.
Yeah. So now let's consider Queen D7 for 1 second. Let's just check a direct move, right? Of course, there's Queen B8 to try and keep torturing, but Queen takes, Bishop takes, King E3, King F8, King D4, King E7, King here. Is this a problem?
Okay, King D8.
If King D8, now maybe you switch to D6.
To D6.
Look, I mean, that's just too much territory, right?
Yeah. Yeah, no, this... by the way, chat is informing us that Anish has apparently resigned his game. We don't have to go there because we can see the game under your head.
Right. Well, and we've got action on the other board too. We can also see Mamedyarov taking the pawn on H3 and going into H4 with the rook. That also looks winning for him. Somebody in chat asked us, why doesn't he play rook takes B4? There was nothing wrong with rook takes B4. It was just that if possible, you'd rather capture a pawn on the king side in that kind of an endgame, because in order to win this game for black, you need to eventually queen one of your king side pawns. So it's more important to make progress on the king side and to gain strength there and reach a point where you can't be opposed than to control your opponent's counterplay, which is not very dangerous. This pawn is never going to be able to get through the light squares all the way to queening. So rook H3, he chose it. It had to be right. And here looks simple. He just escaped back out at H1. He doesn't need to commit his pawn structure. And
it will still be a long grind, but I think once again, if Wang Hao had all the time in the world, not all the time, but even if he had, you know, a bit more than just his increment, but I think you need to defend so accurately here. I don't even know if it is holdable to start with.
No, I mean, the B pawn is still dead here as part of it. There's literally no way to defend it because the bishop is pinned, right? So you can defend it once with your rook by putting it on B5 or by playing rook C4. Okay, he's planning bishop to D2. But won't that bishop run out of squares on that diagonal as well after rook D3?
Yeah, that's it, huh?
Yeah. And then we're looking at bishop C3, rook C1.
Oh, this just looks pretty much dead.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. And fully dead, the last two moves of the Carlsen game. After rook H5, probably preventing E5 from Magnus. Probably that was Anish's fear that this pawn would come and control dark square. So he wants to keep it stuck on a light square, blocking the bishop. Queen C7, probably threatening e5, king f6, fighting for control over e5, a4. And here Anish resigned, saying like, yeah, this pawn is going to break down his defenses.
I mean, it had been a long suffering for Anish already, this game.
Yeah.
Like, I think he had just seen enough here. A huge win for Magnus, who actually now ties Vishy Anand at the top on 5.5 points, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
8.5, sorry. So Magnus had 5.5. Now he's got 8.5 after scoring 3 against Anish Giri today. And that's how quickly the standings are shaken up in Norway.
And he's now eking out a couple rating points as of the live situation of the tournament. He would be up 4 rating points at this point. And, you know, not with everybody do we need to count every grain and every rating point. But if Magnus's goal is not to defend the world championship 12 times, but to reach 2,900 in the ratings, then that's what we want to track and keep track of for him. So he's currently gaining 4 rating points. His highest rating ever is 2885. I think first he needs to get back to that. Then we can talk about
a long
2,900.
road. It's a long road to 2,900.
Oh, it's
but
very
yeah,
long.
I mean, today especially, I think is a game, you know, there's a little grudge, I would say, between the two players. So that's one win he'll be very happy with. I believe we have the leaderboard updated. So let's have a quick look. So we can see there Vishy Anand and Magnus Carlsen currently tied at the top on 8.5, followed by Wesley So on 7.5. Then MVL 5.5, Giri 4, and then the rest, of course, are still playing. So let's go back to those games.
It feels a little like 2010 when you look at that leaderboard.
Yeah, I know.
And of course, with only one player in this tournament, Tari, the last minute replacement, with only one player under 25, it's easy for the tournament to feel like 2010.
To give us that 5, yeah. So we're back. Well, no, we're back with Carlsen. Let's go back to you pick, David.
All right. I put up the Topalov Tari position because a few more moves have been played here. Queen f6 into that little weakness made by g6. Queen f8. What a tame defensive move. Queen e5. Centralizing. Queen d8. And here comes the king, one step closer to glory.
This is really going to end as a blitz game. I mean, it is already pretty much a blitz game. And I think the only question is, can Veselin ask enough? You know, is there enough in the position that you can create some traps, some tricks?
Yeah. I'm not sure, but I think there's some idea of winning with the king in the end game. So there's some interest there. And the question being, how do you force it, right? So this g6 move by Tari might be another move that he regrets, honestly, because now it's hard to bring your king towards the center and match queen h8.
f6 as well. Wow.
I mean, Topalov's saying, like, please bring my king to d4. I think we'll see queen e7 check here. I think Tari's recognized the danger of that king and that he might actually want to keep queens on the board. We also have to just quickly check queen a5, queen f6. Is that ridiculous?
Give me g6?
It's ridiculous.
You can't give me g6, surely.
So you're saying if he plays queen e4 now, he'll force the queen trade? He's played queen e4. He's played queen e4. Ooh.
Getting dangerous.
Yeah, I am definitely scared if I'm black here.
I mean, you have to trade now, surely. Oh, wait, no, there's still queen c5.
I mean, technically queen c5, but then you'd have to defend e8 and g6 on your next move. So you would have to have like an incredible next move planned after king f3.
Bishop f5, maybe.
Right. So check. King here. Bishop f5. Queen comes in.
King g7.
And now it's king g7 or queen f8.
No, queen f8. I think this pawn ending, if I take and take on f5, looks awful, no?
Looks like black could just get there in time, I think.
Maybe. But what's wrong with king g7 anyway?
Oh, queen c5 and queen f3 were played. Wow. Okay, but you
Oh.
want to know, is there anything wrong with king g7? Fair enough. Oh, the bishop trade really helps black. It opens up all kinds of perpetuals.
Everything, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, let's stick with the
try like
live.
queen b8 maybe.
Uh-huh.
Queen e7 should be fine, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, no, this should be
Interesting.
fine.
Okay, we're at king f3. They're
Oh my god, this
officially
is
playing.
actually on. This
Yeah.
is on the board.
They're officially playing a 5-minute game now. Topalov versus Tari. Bishop
Queen
f5
e8,
has been
all
played.
of this.
Queen e8, king g7. All of it. All of it.
Wow.
Now the moves are queen d8, queen b8, maybe even bishop f1, but that's a little crazy.
Bishop f1. That's very, very creative.
Yeah, just because I was feeling like with the bishops off, I would get perpetual, but maybe with bishops on, there are some more scenarios where you can hold your king position together. Queen
Curious,
d8.
what's Wesley
Queen
gonna
d8
do?
covers your a pawn and your d3 pawn in advance if black trades on d3. And it stops queen d4 as well.
4 minutes for Wesley.
Oh, he's played some
think-
move. He's played some move. G4. Wow.
Wow.
And then the check. Okay, that makes sense. So he gets the
Ah,
territory with his queen. He stops
very
queen d4
sneaky.
from getting in. He's pre-defending d3.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you feel like queen g1, white won't be able to hide from the perpetual?
It very much feels like you shouldn't be able to hide, right? I mean, unless you can somehow, but you can never run, because if I go to d4, you will check me along this black diagonal, the long diagonal, and I can't really make progress.
Yeah.
No, it should just be a draw.
Yeah. I think Tari played some fantastic moves there.
Agreed.
Wow. He recognized the danger of trading queens and instead insists on going for this bishop trade, even though it let the white queen into his position.
Yeah.
Those were
Fantastic
really hard
stuff.
choices to make. Now he's
Yeah,
agonizing
really.
over the square for the king.
Does it matter, actually? I wonder.
It might, because queen c8, queen d7 with check. And then, like, if you can come back, queen c8, queen d7 and recapture, there's a very good chance for black to lose that endgame.
Oh my god, yeah.
If white could get this pawn without giving black either time to take over the center with queen d4,
Yeah,
or
it's actually a lot
start a perpetual.
scarier. A lot scarier than I realized at first.
So maybe that would be a reason for king to g8, right? Because on king
To
g8,
meet.
queen c8, you go queen f8. Done. But king g8, there's also...
But let's see, I mean,
gonna be
what's that?
great
And
pressure.
he has to calculate the pawn ending as well. So if we go queen c8, sorry, king g8, queen c8, queen f8, take.
Right. Are we certain that we can save this pawn endgame? Because this pawn is stopping these two. White might actually even be able to play d4, d5 and make a passed pawn. And there's always the threat of coming to b6. None of this is simple. None of this is simple to figure out.
Oh, wow, we've had a lot of moves. That's while we looked at this for 1 second.
Let me try and refresh my board and see what they're really doing. So Oh my God. He sacked the b7 pawn with check, Fiona. Very,
Yeah,
very
I mean, he
brave.
must have realized that if the pawn ending is losing, he had no choice.
And he does it by centralizing the king. So that
What a
white couldn't
crazy game.
gain back the space with the queen to cover the center with the queen. This king is bullying a queen out of the center, right? And he's not budging. And that gives him time for queen to g1. He is playing this at a godly level, this endgame. I mean, it's very, very tough situation. Veselin tries to cover the dark square so that this king can escape through d4 and c3 at the cost of the h pawn. He's got in view either queen f6 or queen b7 for a counterattack if Tari takes this pawn. These moves remain extremely difficult to find and to choose. I think Tari makes a good choice. I think he's going for the a pawn. Yes, Ariane. Yes, that was maybe the last impossibly difficult decision you needed to make, and you made it.
Can he take it? I have nothing there.
Yeah. I think not only can he, but he must. So he will.
Must, yeah.
Like, I don't know what else you do as black. White's
Yeah.
White's ready.
I
to
was
just take
thinking
over
of giving you another check on g1.
Queen g1, yeah. King here. And now
another check.
Queen e1, right?
Yeah.
Now king here.
Because now
He's
I
played
cannot...
queen a5, by the way. And
Okay.
now if you take this, you know, there's queen f6.
Yeah,
and
no, this is not... I wanted
that
to
area.
keep checking, but I don't
want
know
to
if
just keep going as long as possible with the checks, right?
Mhm.
Queen d1, queen c2. And then maybe queen a1. Maybe, I mean, maybe you still have enough because this queen's not well placed. But I think this is correct. He grabbed that pawn against queen b7. He can come back to c7 probably and play that queen ending. I'm not fully promising it, but I think so.
By the way, I see in the chat, Shahir Mamediyarov has just won his game against Wang Hao. So today, a very bloody round before tomorrow's rest day. And that means that the game we are looking at is officially the last game for today, but it might continue to an Armageddon still.
So I'm going to recap the moves that were at the end of this game. b5, king g6, preparing b6 as needed. Rook
Oh,
b4.
and apparently Topalov against Aryan has ended in a draw as well.
Right there. Let's see what happened. Queen b7, king d6. So he doesn't go queen c7. He just repeats.
What a game that was. What a fighting game.
Hats off to Ariane Tari today.
Absolutely. I mean, the way he defended that was very, very impressive. That means that, David, we will be back here. We are not done just yet.
Right.
We will be back. Veselin Topalov will be back. Ariane Tari will be back for the final game of today. So we're going to take a short break now, but don't go anywhere. And we'll be back with the final game of today very soon.
And welcome back, everybody, for the end of round 4 of Norway Chess. We have just one more game left to watch, one of these tie-breaking Armageddons, which will be played between Veselin Topalov, the former world champion, and Tari, the #2 player in Norway right now. And Fiona, what do you think we should expect in this Armageddon game?
I think the players are going to be very tired. Like, it was a tough game. You know, Veselin was pressing for a long time. Arian did a great job defending. I think it's anyone's game for the taking, whoever has, you know, most energy. I think Arian should feel happy. Maybe psychologically he has the edge. It always feels better coming in when you're the one who defended a tough position, I think, rather the one who was pressing. But Veselin has the white pieces. White has done incredibly well in the Armageddons so far. So we'll see what happens there. We will get to that game in just a moment. But before we go to that, we want to let you know about an event that is taking place on Monday as the Junior Speed Chess Championship is nearing its final conclusion. The two final competitors will battle it out for their share of a $35,000 prize fund and a spot in the 2022 Speed Chess Championship. This final match will start on June 6th, so that's on Monday at 8 a.m. Pacific. And Nihal Sarin will take on Arjun Erigaisi. This is an absolutely epic match between two superstars, up-and-coming Indian players. So on Monday, we will find out who is crowned champion and who qualifies to the Speed Chess Championship. Yeah.
Again, a match I will be watching.
For sure.
In the meantime, maybe a couple words on the matches that we have just watched. We saw Magnus Carlsen win against Anish Giri with a queen against 2 rooks by slow motion squeeze against the black king position, then ends up picking up 2 pawns on the other side of the board. He makes the most progress today in the standings with his 3.0 points. For that, Mamedyarov also scoring in regulation, his first classical win here, and a tie between Wesley So and Anand, who are the other two leaders. where Wesley was able to pick up the extra half point in Armageddon. So how do the standings look now?
So the standings, Vishy Anand and Magnus Carlsen. You might have heard of the two players before. They are now tied at the top on 8.5. They're followed closely by Wesley So on 7.5 and Shah Mamediyarov on 7. Tomorrow is also a rest day, so the players will have a day off before they come back and continue battling it out. But yeah, those are the players at the top. At the bottom of the table, everything is very close, actually. Well, either Veselin or Aryan are going to get an extra half point still, but very close at the bottom. And David, I was just saying, you were saying, I'll definitely watch that Junior Speed Chess Championship final. And I was like, me too. Yeah. But then I realized, I think you and I will actually be commentating live here on Norway Chess the very moment their match kicks off. So we might find it hard. So Monday is going to be a busy day.
I'll have to watch it on replay if it's at the exact same time as Norway Chess. I thought it might be in the middle of the night for me because both players there will be on Indian time, but I hadn't seen exactly the time. Did it say the time for their match on Monday?
8 a.m. Pacific, which I think is exactly the same starting time.
Dead on. Okay. Well, I'll have to watch it on replay.
Yeah.
Or maybe out of the corner of my eye. We'll see. Yeah. We'll see if that's possible.
If we're slightly, distracted on Monday,
keep you guys updated.
You'll know why.
If Topalov goes into a long think, we'll be like, what a tactic from Aragaisi.
Maybe, as the second board below where we usually have the other boards, we can have that. But no, I'm joking. Both games, I think, will be on the two channels, on the main channel. I don't know who will be where, but if you aren't following the second channel yet, just come live. Go and follow that, because either we or Nihal and Aragaisi will be there on Monday. And well, you asked me for my prediction. I evaded the question quite well. What do you think?
It was a fair answer. So far we've seen White do so well. I agree with you that these two are playing after one of the most difficult and long and tiring draws we've seen yet in this whole tournament. I'm not a fan of quick draws. I am a fan of long, drawn out draws. So after that, the sort of energy is going to be a huge factor, because they could be so tired going into this game. And, that would tell us to go with youth.
Yeah.
But my gut is saying that Veselin Topalov is going to come through anyway. He's going to say, who cares if you're younger? Who cares if you've got the psychological initiative? Because I do think Tari can be really proud of the game he just played. He can be feeling good. He can be feeling like, I did it. Now let me keep doing it. And yet something tells me that Topalov is a champion, Tari is like an up and coming player, but we're talking about a champion. I've got to go with Veselin.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm also curious to see what opening will Topalov repeat this Italian, which was rather calm, or will he go for something more aggressive? Will Aryan repeat 1e5, or will... Very curious, and the players have such little time. Someone in the chat is asking, what time does the Armageddon start? Usually it's a 20-minute break, so it should be any moment really now. Yeah, that the players sit down, but there's so little time for the players, especially after, as you said, such a long game. You mostly just want to get a rest. I think there is not so much time to think, what am I going to play, to prepare for something new. So some intrigue for me. What opening are we going to see?
I'm happy to take a stab at predicting it, because I've got a pretty good feeling on that Topalov is the one who would vary, and that Tari, if given the chance, would repeat the opening. In general, a more experienced player like Veselin is going to know more different openings, be more comfortable all over the place. And Aryan Tari is going to have a more narrow range of openings where he feels comfortable challenging
Mm-hmm.
a world champion in that opening, you know? So it's like, imagine, you know, I've played a few different openings. You maybe have played a few different openings in your career, but imagine that tomorrow you got paired in some big game against like a world champion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you feel like, oh, I just got to go to my best thing? Like there'd be like one opening that you're like,
Yeah.
I mean, for this game, I just got to go to it, right? Like I can't mess around.
I mean, it's just so tough. You know, you ask me, I think the toughest situation I found myself in was in Reykjavik Open many, many moons ago, around 15 years ago. I was paired against Ivan Sokolov. Well, a story for another day, as we have lift off, but I was paired against him as black, and I just didn't know what everything I looked at. I was like, oh my God, this guy has a million years experience. Anyway, the game has lift off and we are back in the Italian. Oh, wow. Veselin does repeat his knight c3.
I'm wrong about
It
Veselin.
happens to the best of us.
Yeah, I was right about Tari. And to clarify, Jim Bob, 2600s are comfortable with playing multiple openings against you or me. But if a 2600 gets paired against a world champion, they're going to worry about their openings in a different way. Right. And they're going to have a different standard for, is this opening up to snuff for this game?
So we have, I mean, are we actually following exactly the first game until now?
We're missing a move a4, d6, and then bishop e3. Otherwise, we're right there. So d6 is played. He's inviting a4, bishop b4. Maybe Veselin will just, I mean, he has to secure his light squared bishop, right? Against knight a5, more or less. He has, he has to play like with the a pawn, I think.
He is thinking for now. I mean, also he could go both a3 or a4 potentially, right?
Using over 1 minute.
That's
in
a lot of
10-minute
time
game here. And then he castles. That's not good. You had a 20-minute break to decide if you plan to repeat the opening or not. You know, I mean, Tari decided, and now, you know, you've given up a minute of your extra time on something obvious like this. That's not,
you know good. What, you went with Veselin for this game, so I'm gonna go with Aryan Tari.
Fair enough.
To spice things up a little bit. Aryan castles as well, and here comes the move a4 to give the bishop on c4 a square to retreat to. Until now, everything fairly standard. This time Aryan did not go and give up that dark squared bishop. And what are the ways in which white can continue here? What are the different plans?
Yeah, plunk a knight on d5. It's kind of lame. They don't have the bishop g5, bishop g4 plan. He traded on c5 and then dropped back. Yeah, so he gives black the doubled pawn. Black's going to want to use the d4 square if they can. Right now, knight d4 runs into knight e5, I think. The question is, can white keep the black knight out of d4 with or without playing c3? Once you play c3, black tries to target your d3 pawn.
Yeah, this is the move I was kind of expecting, queen d7. I don't think you can ever take on h3 here, but at least if you can bring some more pieces, you can kind of threaten it. This also makes a lot of sense, queen d7, also with the idea of bringing the rook behind to d8. As you're saying, if white ever plays c3, then d3 will become a target. So Veselin looking for another plan. Knight d2, do you think he's gonna maybe go for a plan with involving f4?
I think he's going to just trade the bishops and bring the other knight to c4 instead of the e3 knight, because this knight is already so good. The other thing is, when this knight comes to d4, he doesn't want to trade it. So he wants to potentially play around it for a little bit. And so for the moment, he sets up the knights like this. The a5 pawn is guarding against b5. The e4 pawn guarding against anything here. The knights are pretty well set up, and maybe he's starting to get ready for f4 now. Maybe he's starting to wind up for that move. Yeah,
king h2 can always be a move. It's hard to see right now, but stepping out of some threats along the diagonal from G1 to A7, and just covering some more squares. Yeah, also defending H3 if you ever want to play G3. So a lot of ideas, but Tari says no F4 for you.
Yeah.
Let me go knight H5.
Yeah, and
he
I'm
will
not
probably
sure why
plant.
Veselin put the queen on E1.
Yeah.
You know, it makes this more vulnerable. It allowed that knight H5 moment. Now this move is going to prevent G3 because of queen H3. But okay, his queen creeps up and defends C2, and that
I like
frees up
Arian's
D3 knight.
position. I like these two black knights look rather annoying.
Yeah, he's doing fine for now.
The question is always, I mean, the position looks so nice right now for black, to my eye at least, which doesn't say much. But then if you ask me now, what do you do next? That's when things get tricky, right?
Yeah, I think that Topalov was probably planning knight G4 to poke the E5 pawn now that the queen's covering C2. And then G6 left H6 hanging as well. So I think, I don't know, I wonder if he didn't miss like a tactical moment here where knight G4 would have hurt black a little bit. I'm not sure what black would have in mind against that move, honestly. I mean, can black play H5 and trap the knight if you take?
Oh, wow.
Oh my
Maybe,
goodness.
yeah.
He dodged
That's
it.
crazy.
Wow. Okay. Watch out for these guys.
Incredible.
Watch out for these guys.
Okay, so H5, and now the ball is in white's court. What does Topalov do next?
Yeah. Tari's playing well again.
And the time has only a minute and a half now extra for Veselin. So Arian is playing well and he's handling the clock well as well.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's lost the whole time advantage, and Tari is looking fine. Okay, he plays H4. He's still trying to play G3 for white.
The bar has shot up a little bit. I wonder why. I mean, can I go G3 followed by knight D5?
Perhaps leaving
But
F3 hanging.
F3.
That's
No,
bold.
I didn't mean to.
No. I mean, you maybe can.
Maybe
Although
I
the knight on
can.
E6 covers C7, so I don't know.
Yeah.
C3 has been played, kicking this knight off of F3 first. Oh, careful,
Ah.
Tari. Careful.
Well, maybe.
Where are we going? If knight E6, you cut off your other knight, right? Then G3.
Yeah, then that knight gets.
He's gone to C6. G3.
But is
Knight
D3
takes
not hanging?
D3. Queen
But the
F1.
knight has no squares.
The knight is sort of stuck. It gets sacrificed.
Oh my goodness.
Veselin takes it.
Okay, so Veselin has won a piece. His king is going to be out in the open a little bit. I guess we recapture with the queen here on F4.
Probably queen F4.
Or we can take on H4 maybe first and then take with the
H4,
pawn.
queen H3, queen F4.
Yeah. So how many pawns is Arian going to come out with? It's going to come out with
Potentially 3.
Yeah.
Oh, but he only took one of them. Queen F4 was played before queen H4. And white has defended the H4 pawn. And this position should be lost. Can white just play rook G1 here? Oh.
Rook G1.
Queen G3 is good, but rook G1 was really powerful. Against G4, you just take it with your knight.
Very nice. But queen G3, a solid move. Veselin just wants to get those pieces off the board. He is up a knight after all, and this just looks
pawn on G5. Oof.
This just looks over already.
Yeah. That's the end of this one. Those black knights, they were on great outposts, but he always had C3 and G3. So he like waited until things were too awkward and then hit him with it. Interesting how one plays around those knights.
Yeah, this was definitely, I mean, the game isn't over yet, but an instructive game on how to play this c6. I like the move you're highlighting, knight f5. F5 is always a square that the knight is happy to land on, and there he goes.
It lands. Gary's favorite move when he was a kid, you know,
Yeah.
back when Gary was like super cute, you know, he's like, "Yay, I got my knight f5."
So the queens are off the board. How do you recapture? If knight takes, I guess we can just capture on h4.
You know, it just doesn't matter. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard to care. When I
Yeah.
get to this point in a blitz game, I'm just waiting for my opponent to resign. That's it.
Well, Arian has resigned, so Veselin Topalov takes this Armageddon, yet another victory for the player with the white pieces. I mean, this year the results in the Armageddon are very, very one-sided so
Yeah.
far.
Yeah, that was another 3-0 day for the white side in the Armageddon.
And an impressive display in this Armageddon game by Veselin Topalov, who gets that extra half point. We're going to have a very quick look at the updated leaderboard. So that leaderboard is now updated completely going into tomorrow's rest day. At the top, we already mentioned Vishy and Magnus Carlsen sharing first place, closely followed by Wesley So and Mamed Yarov. Then MVL, Anish, and Veselin. He demarked himself from that pack at the bottom on 3 points, consisting of Wang Hao, Aryan Tari, and Teimur Rajabov.
There was one thing I wanted to point out about this leaderboard, which is if anyone wondered what an even score looks like at Norway Chess, you have to look at Maxim's line on line 5. He has a win, an Armageddon that he's won, an Armageddon that he's lost, and a classical that he's lost. So that is kind of the definition of what an even score would be. You can attain this after 4 or 8 rounds, an absolutely dead even score at this tournament. And it is 5.5 out of who knows how many.
I hadn't noticed that, but a great point you make, David. And well, before we let you go, let's have a quick look at the schedule of the tournament. Tomorrow is the first rest day, so we will be back with our coverage a couple of days from now. On Sunday, I believe it will be myself and Benjamin Bock. So I saw Benjamin, I believe, just graduated today, so congratulations to him, and I look forward to calling the shots with him. And I think, David, you and I will be back on Monday. So tomorrow, enjoy the rest day, enjoy your weekends. Today was a very eventful day.
Yeah. There should be rapid chess championships on chess.com at the same time as our normal show for those of you who, you know, need something to watch every day, which, yeah, that's a lot of us, you know, I'm with you. And
indeed, I mean, there's really something on every single day right now. As you mentioned, the rapid chess championship this weekend, tomorrow and Sunday, Monday, the junior chess championship final. So a lot to look forward to. But David, today was a lot of fun. Thank you so much for being here with me. Thank you to all of you in the chat for watching us and keeping us company. It was great fun. Enjoy the rest day, as I said. Enjoy the weekends, and we'll see you again very, very soon.